Morning. Wow. I think y'all still asleep, right? Good morning. Good morning. That's much better. How's everybody? Well, you're here. Lord woke you up and brought you here. So we all, one day at a time. I'm glad to be here on this occasion. And for the last few years, I've been honored to speak first. And I'm your timekeeper. And I will introduce the next person to come up. But I am a member of this great organization and the past president of Pittsburgh NACP. But also I want to let you know I'm the timekeeper. A lot of people don't like the person who's timekeeper. Okay, so I'm to keep y'all on track. Okay, whereas other folks will have their time instead of you going over and then their time is limited. So please, I have some signs. Please pay attention. Okay, when I put up the 1, that means you only got 15, 10, 5, and you're out. Okay, so remember, Richard A. Stewart Jr., your timekeeper. Now I want to introduce a most famous individual, well-respected. He's been here every year, Mr. Flanagan. Mr. Bill Flanagan, he will take it from here and lead us off into the next area, okay? Thank you very much.
All right, Richard, thank you so much, and it is great to be back here with everybody. Actually, in person, this is so cool. And great to see those of you who have come in person to be here with all of us today, but also to greet everybody who's joining us online as we continue to navigate this hybrid world and the COVID-19 pandemic. It is great to be back with everybody again for our 9th year. It's hard to believe. And hopefully a decade of some real progress in our community, and I think we should really focus on that. Where we are today is pretty different than where we were 9 years ago, and not just because of the pandemic. We ought to celebrate the progress we're making while we continue to focus on all the work that has yet to be done. And so my name is Bill Flanagan. I am here as Chief Corporate Relations Officer of the Allegheny Conference. We were involved in the very beginning in working with Tim Stevens and the organizers to get this effort off the ground. But I really think the reason they ask me to come every year is because of my alter ego as host of Our Region's Business on Channel 11, Sundays at 11 on WPXI, because they know that if you make a living in television, as I have for over 45 years at this point, you learn to live and die by the seconds. So my role is to keep this train running on time, and I've got a timekeeper there in the front row who is going to be the enforcer for all of us. So between Richard and me, we hope to be able to make sure that we move along, we keep the presentations to the allotted time, and we make sure we can get everybody out of here as scheduled around 1 o'clock this afternoon. We wouldn't be able to do this and wouldn't have been able to do this all these years without the hospitality and the commitment of Duquesne University. That has really made it possible for us to have this wonderful venue year after year to do this and to have this conversation. And so it's fitting and entirely appropriate to welcoming remarks on behalf of the university to introduce Bill Jenrette, the Vice President of Civic Engagement and External Relations. Come on up, Bill.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Ken Gormley and the leadership team at Duquesne, we really want to welcome you. For me, this is like a homecoming. I say how important CEIR is. We're making a lot of progress here at Duquesne. Yesterday we were able to announce the hiring of our inaugural Chief Diversity Officer, something we're really excited about. But that seed was planted by CEIR, right? And so what CEIR has done and continues to do is to, plant those seeds and to infuse best practices into organizations, and it has influenced, our work. And so just really want to thank you, because there's so much more work that of course needs to be done. But as Bill Flanagan said, we are doing that work, and we're prepared for the fight. So just want to say thank you.
One thing, I am supposed to do one housekeeping note before we get any farther into the program, and that's just to point out an error in the program. On page 18, you will see a photo in there and a bio for Regina Scott. It's the right photo, but it's the wrong Scott. So we have put the correct Scott on a flyer in the back of your packet there. So please, our apologies to Ms. Scott for the error in her bio, but we want to make sure everybody's aware of that before we go any further into the program. And with that note, it is my pleasure to introduce the leader, the man on point for this effort from its inception 9 CEIR roundtables ago. Please welcome Tim Stevens, the chairman and CEO of the Black Political Empowerment Project and the co-convener of the Greater Pittsburgh Coalition Against Violence and the facilitator of the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable. Tim.
Good morning. It's my honor on behalf of Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable Working Group to welcome each and every one of you to the 9th annual CEIR conference. We're glad that we are once again able to host this important event in person, as well as hosting the conference virtually. We give a shout out to those of you watching from home or work. Once again, thankful for Duquesne University and to Duquesne University for being the facility host for the conference, for the assistance of Duquesne University Senior Vice President for Civic Engagement and External Relations, Dr. William Bill Jenneret, Megan Peterson, Executive Director, Office of Conference and Event Services, John Hahn, Assistant Manager of Technical Services, as well as assistance from Duquesne's former recruiter, diversity leader, Marla Bradford. We're also having help today, Mike Kosai. We're again blessed to have the Chief Corporate Relations Officer for Allegheny Conference on Community Development, Bill Flanagan, to facilitate today's proceedings. CEIR's intern from the University of Pittsburgh, Aaron Frawley, contributed greatly to helping to organize today's event. We are deeply indebted to Aaron's dedication and persistence in helping to make certain that we had a full conference to deliver to all of you today. And we acknowledge, too, the earlier contributions this year of former University of Pittsburgh intern Samara Rosenberg. We'd be remiss not to acknowledge the special assistance of Deb Stulegros, who, though in Europe, continued to help guide the work of Ms. Frawley. It's important to acknowledge the work of Teresina Cash, Victoria Goins, and Janet Manuel in organizing speakers and panelists. We thank Russell Bynum of Bynum's Communications, Marketing Communications Incorporated, who continues to contribute to creating our CEIR program booklet each and every year. We thank, too, our county exec, Rich Fitzgerald, and his communications director, Amy Downs, for arranging for the printing of the CEIR DEI playbook, as well as today's program. And as facilitator of CEIR Working Group, I wish to thank the ongoing dedicated work of each member. It is only through a collaborative effort and a collaborative spirit that the work gets done. We thank all of our wonderful presenters and panelists who will be providing us with valuable information, which we hope you will take back and share with your coworkers for purposes of implementation within your work environment. Particularly indebted to our national contributors who are taking the time to be with us today, including Beth Colbert, Eric Nelson, and Tracy R. Scott. We hope that each and every one of you will take seriously our theme for today's conference, will utilize the information and resources contained in the program booklet, and will help bring to fruition our theme, the Pittsburgh Regional Diversity Challenge, Equity, Diversity, and Justice, Many of us remember the report from the City of Pittsburgh's Gender Commission and the University of Pittsburgh, September 17, 2019, which shook the foundation of Pittsburgh's most long-held reputation as one of this nation's most livable cities, and made it clear to all of us that there is much, much work yet to be done in the Pittsburgh region if it's ever to be the welcoming community that many of us want it to be for African Americans and people of color. Truth of the matter is, there continues to be a very strong need for a new level of commitment to meaningful and effective levels of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We need new partners with a laser focus to join our very committed CEIR working group in order to get this job done. We ask each of you review the new CEIR Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Playbook, which SEALA President Art Rooney II will soon be sharing with each owner of the National Football League across this nation. Our request is that you adopt it, put it into action within your organization. We thank all of our financial sponsors, including our longtime partner, the Community Relations Council for the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, for helping to make the conference possible, as well as the ongoing work of CEIR. Now we ask that you enjoy the morning, leave empowered, leave with a new commitment to make a difference. We thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Tim. You know, we've been talking about the region's diversity challenge, I think, for at least the 2 decades that I've been working for the Allegheny Conference, probably before then. And for those of us in economic development, we know it's actually one of the Achilles heels of our region, that it affects our ability to attract business investment, to get companies to locate here, because they want to make sure they can hire people that look like and understand the people that they're trying to serve. So this is a really important economic objective for the region. I think we got some good news. Recently, in the most recent census data, there's actually some empirical evidence now that the region is beginning to become more diverse, and that was really encouraging. And as was the growth of the population here in Allegheny County for the first time in, well, Rich Fitzgerald will probably be able to tell us, but it's been a long time. And it's pointing that we're kind of beginning to move in the right direction. And I don't think we would have gotten such good news out of the census had it not been for the leadership of Rich Fitzgerald and so many partners here in the community who really worked hard to count everybody. Because at the end of the day, you got to get the numbers. You have to be able to get to the people and make sure we got the count right. And this was probably one of the best count in decades here in southwestern Pennsylvania. And it has big implications, big positive implications for the future of the region and the story we can all tell about where we're headed together. And so that was one example of great leadership. Another example is this conference itself. I think it was Tim Stevens who collared Rich on the campaign trail, or maybe just after he was elected as county executive, and said, will you step up and help to bring the community together to start a conversation about corporate equity and opportunity within the Pittsburgh's business community. And Rich has done just that from the very beginning, and he is back with us again this year, as he has been in every single year that we have done the Roundtable. Please welcome Allegheny County Executive Rich Fitzgerald.
Well, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Tim, and Bill Generette as well. It's great, and thanks Duquesne University. What Duquesne University continues to do under the leadership of President Gormley is tremendous. We were just here yesterday. I was at the annual Chuck Cooper Day Awards, where they give scholarships out, and we think about someone like Chuck Cooper, a groundbreaking person in the NBA, the first African-American drafted by the Boston Celtics, about 70 years ago. So, Duquesne has been a big part of moving this region forward in so many ways. Yes, it's been over 10 years. I guess that means I'm old. I think that's what that means. Tim and I had a conversation with a number of folks back in when I was running in 2011. And at the time, we have rules, if you will, or guidelines that are put out around contracts that government has to give out, that whether it's the city, the county, the state, the federal government try to reach these goals. But Tim was talking about the fact that the private sector, the corporate community, doesn't really have any of those same restrictions or guidelines. So his idea and his ask of me, if I was going to be elected as county executive, was, can we convene around the table? What do we do in our homes? We sit around the table and we work out solutions to things that we do. And so his idea was to bring folks to sit around the table and talk about, and how do we improve our equity, and how do we prove racial progress that we know we need in this region. And I'm proud to say that these last 10 years, I think we have moved the ball forward in many ways. And not just in government contracts, which, you know, I can give all these numbers. You know, in my time, I've hired over 5,000 people in Allegheny County that have worked for county government. Fully 28% of those have been people of color. And that's in a county with a 13% African-American, 13% people of color population. So double the amount of hires that we've done in county government. And and that's all the way to the top. Our directors now are almost 13% of our directors and deputy directors are people of color. We're very proud of that. And I know Lisa's here today. Lisa Edmonds, our equity inclusion director, used to be the MBE, WBE director, working very hard to make that happen. But behind all those numbers, we can see some real tangible evidence of what we've done as a community. Just the other day, we elected for the very first time a black mayor to lead this city. That is something worth noting. And in a city with a population of about 25% African American, my friend Ed Gainey got over 70% of the vote. That says a lot about what's happening. Bill mentioned the census. For the first time in over 60 years, Allegheny County is growing again. Every year when that census, every 10 years when that census number came out, it was about how much were we going to decrease? How many of our young people were going to move away? Which is what happened when the steel mills and the factories closed back in the 70s and 80s. But for the first time, it went up. But not only did it go up, but we increased our Latinx population by 80%, our Asian American population by over 80%, our mixed race population over 100%, our African American population went up. We grew in many, many ways. And in many ways, how did it happen? Young people. Young people were coming here from all over the country and all over the world. We grew at twice the national average of our 25 to 34-year-old population. Do we have work to do? Yes, we do. We as a nation have work to do when it comes to equity, when it comes to income inequality, when it comes to educational opportunity and housing opportunity. We can see it in this community with the 43 school districts that we have. Some are very best in the world that way their property taxes are funded by $460,000 homes. And then at the 10th lowest, it's $16,000 is the average house that supports education. We need to deal with that equity. We need to deal with it as pre-K. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be part of this. We're going to continue this work. And I know with new Mayor-elect Gainey and the folks in the leadership, we can be proud of that. Oh, one other thing about the election the other day that got almost no notice. We had 18 people running for judge, running for the Court of Common Pleas. 4 of them were African American. Guess who the first 4 vote getters were? 1, 2, 3, and 4. All 4 of them African Americans. I think it says a lot about the electorate and where we are as a county. We live in a county, in some ways we're a blue island in a red sea, and I don't mean to get political on where we are, but I think it's something we all need to work at. And I think when we all work together, the government sector, the private sector, the nonprofit sector, the philanthropic community, our labor unions, our community groups, on and on, we're going to make real progress. Thank you all for your participation. Let's keep working together. Bill, thank you for the conference. You guys have always been participating. I want to thank Bill Generette and Duquesne. I will say this about Bill, though. He is my second favorite Generette. His mother happens to be the chair of the Community College Board of Allegheny County, doing a great job. So the Generette family has been doing good stuff for a long time. Thanks, everybody. Congratulations.
Thanks, Rich. I do love the new numbers and the indicators. That's the way I kind of feel about where we are with the latest data from the census. It shows us some promise. It shows us there's a reason maybe to be hopeful that we can, if we just double down and work even harder, we can build on the little bit of positive change we've begun to see in the numbers, and it really bodes well for the long-term future of the region. Since we've been doing the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable, every year we really try to share some best practices, so organizations that are really making progress and what works. I know in talking to business leaders in the community, that's always on what's on their mind. Can you tell me what actually works? If I do this, will I make a difference? Can I make a difference for my organization and the community? So we try to do some of that. We try to celebrate some of the successes and shine a spotlight on some of those individuals in the community who are really helping us all figure this out. But we've also made it a point every year to also give us kind of an honest assessment, a snapshot of where we are, so that we can begin to measure our progress going forward. The old line, you can't manage what you can't measure. And so to help us do that this year, we're kicking off the first presentation of the day with a presentation by Professor Jerry Dickinson, the Associate Professor of Law at the University of Pittsburgh, who has turned some heads here in our region and really focused attention and awareness on the challenge that remains despite the progress we have been making. And that is this idea of Pittsburgh as America's apartheid city. So please welcome Professor Dickinson from Pitt.
Okay, good morning. I want to say thanks to the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable for this wonderful event. It's fantastic that we're able to come together and have a robust and honest conversation about where this region, this city is at right now, and I'm very happy to be able to speak with you today. My name is Jerry Dickinson, law professor at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law. I'm a constitutional law professor and a civil rights lawyer. And I want to talk about some realities here in Pittsburgh. And so I'm going to take you back about a decade ago when I was in South Africa. I was living in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I was walking along a muddy alleyway in the middle of a shanty town called Alexandra, which is just north of the city of Johannesburg, South Africa. And as I'm walking along this muddy alleyway, I'm walking from a meeting with residents in this poor slum. Alexandra is one of the poorest slums and most densely populated slums in all of South Africa, and one of the most densely populated slums in all the world. And there, I'm working alongside residents, poor squatters, on a water rights dispute. And I'm coming from the meeting, and I'm going to the main thoroughway to find a kombi. A kombi is the informal transportation market in South Africa, and I want to find this kombi, this taxi, to go back to the inner city of Johannesburg to go to my office. As I'm bobbing and weaving through the kombis in this very, very densely populated thoroughway, an arm grabs me, a hand grabs me, pulls me to the side. It's a young black South African boy, and he's with about 3 or 4 of his friends, and they're giggling, and they're laughing. And they can tell that I'm an outsider. They can tell that I'm not a native. But they're curious about who I am, and so they're running around me. They had a tennis ball with them. They threw the tennis ball at me. I kneeled down. I gave them a few hugs, and then I went on my way. I jumped into my kombi, and I'm on my way into the inner city, and I'm sitting in the back of the van of the taxi, and my head is against the window, and we're driving past slum after slum after slum after slum. And it was at that moment I said to myself, I lived in South Africa long enough to realize that those 3 or 4 children in South Africa were destined to grow up, statistically speaking, at a disadvantage to their white counterparts, even in post-apartheid South Africa, on levels of income, education, occupation, housing. They were going to fall far, far below their white counterparts in South Africa, even in the post-apartheid era. Now, fast forward 10 years. I'm now in Pittsburgh, and I'm crisscrossing the region. and I'm a human rights activist and a law professor, but I'm also a candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives at the time. And I'm knocking on doors, I'm meeting voters all throughout the region. And I'm in the Hill District, and I meet a family, and I'm sitting on their porch and having a conversation. The mother comes out onto the doorstep, and we're having a conversation about housing. Housing is a major issue on her mind at that moment. And as she's speaking, in the window to my left, the curtains on the inside start moving. And all of a sudden they open up, and there are 3 children. And they're laughing and giggling at me as I'm speaking to their mother. And they're sticking their tongues out at me and just being silly. And their mother says, "Oh, don't worry about my children, they're just being silly." I said, no worries. I have children of my own. And as I looked over at the children, they quickly closed the curtains because they saw that I saw them, and they went away. And I walked away from that exchange with that mother, and it dawned on me. I had a flashback to my time in Johannesburg, South Africa, 10 years earlier. I said to myself, those 3 children that I just met and saw in the Hill District in Pittsburgh, they too were growing up in one of the most unequal cities and inequitable cities in all the United States. And they too, statistically speaking, were going to fall far below their white counterparts on income, education, housing, and occupation, statistically speaking, as a result of the studies that we've seen here in Pittsburgh in 2019 with the Gender Equity Commission report. It was at that moment that I said to myself, Pittsburgh is not the most livable city in America. Pittsburgh is America's apartheid city. Now, at first blush, that was a jarring comparison even for me. I thought to myself, how on earth, this is the city that I love, this is the city that I grew up in, this is the city that made me who I am. How on earth could I make such an insensitive, culturally insensitive, historically insensitive comparison? I beat myself up over that comparison. I did. And then I got thinking a little bit more about that comparison. I looked at South Africa and the legacy of South Africa. The apartheid had forcibly forced people into separate residential districts by racial classifications. The Indians, the coloreds, Black South Africans, Asians, and whites separated by law into group areas. That was apartheid South Africa. Occupational segregation in South Africa was some of the highest in all the world between whites and blacks. Schools in South Africa were separated along race lines, and the education gap and achievement gap was extremely wide between whites and blacks. The police state suppressed black dissent in South Africa. Arrest rates were some of the highest in all the world for black South Africans during the apartheid era. It was indisputable that the apartheid legacy contributed to Johannesburg's vast levels of inequality where I was living. It was clear that apartheid had caused that inequality and that segregation. Now, how on earth could Pittsburgh, of all places, possibly compare? Again, was this comparison historically inaccurate? Was this comparison racially and ethnically and culturally insensitive? Some may say yes. But as sociologists Nancy Denton and Douglas Massey once said back in the 1990s in their seminal work, American Apartheid, quote, Americans have been quick to criticize the apartheid system in South Africa, but they have been reluctant to acknowledge the consequences of their own institutionalized system of racial separation, end quote. Indeed, the apartheid comparison is apt. If we dig beneath the surface, there we will find irrefutable, sobering facts that contradict Pittsburgh's romanticized moniker as America's most livable city. A confluence of private and state actions has led to a long, long history of segregation and discrimination in Pittsburgh. And like Johannesburg, South Africa, these past practices have effectively established a comparatively firm basis for racial injustice in this city. Now, I will say this, Pittsburgh and many cities throughout the United States have not necessarily shared the same rooted legal strictures as apartheid South Africa. We didn't have a Group Areas Act. We didn't have racial classification cards to give to people, and you couldn't go into a white neighborhood or go into a black neighborhood. We did not have those types of legal strictures. However, we have had policies and practices in this city and all throughout the United States that have effectively caused and created the same consequences and results as we have seen in the apartheid and post-apartheid era in South Africa. There are examples that are abound. Let's talk about them. The raising of the Lower Hill District here in Pittsburgh in the 1950s to make way for an arena was catastrophic to Black Pittsburgh, displacing thousands to isolated public housing projects, effectively creating a segregated environment in this city. This was not an apartheid legal stricture that was imposed by law. This was a policy and a practice that contributed to segregation all throughout the city of Pittsburgh. The mass displacement of East Liberty in the 1960s and 70s exasperated racial exclusion. Aggressive redlining, where resources were pulled from specific neighborhoods, mostly Black and brown communities, aggressive redlining in this city, quietly pushed Black and brown communities into concentrated pockets. Racial steering in the real estate market, forcibly forcing Black families into Black neighborhoods, contributed to this segregation. Exclusionary zoning, the zoning code here in Pittsburgh in the early 1900s, was created specifically to separate renters and homeowners, and by de facto, separate whites and blacks. Effectively established de facto racial zoning in the city of Pittsburgh. An acceleration of gentrification in recent decades has made Pittsburgh a region and a tale of two cities that mirrors a de facto apartheid city. There are regional spillover effects. Decades-long housing discrimination in the predominantly Black suburbs of Pittsburgh and Clairton, Braddock, Rankin, and Wilkinsburg contributed to the segregation of this city. Illegal school practices out in Swissvale and Edgewood, many of you will recall, the creation of Woodland Hills School District was caused by this racial segregation. But the hallmark of South Africa's apartheid cities was not simply segregation. Yes, Pittsburgh is the 10th most segregated city in all of the United States, but it's not the most segregated city. But in South Africa, it wasn't about just segregation. It was the racial inequalities that exasperated by the segregation. Likewise, for decades, Pittsburgh sowed a divided urban landscape that contributed to the city producing today some of the starkest racial disparities in all of the United States. So this is just not about segregation. We have one of the most segregated cities in all the United States. However, it's the racial inequalities and disparities that exist across our segregated landscape that puts this city in a league of its own. The evidence is ample on those racial disparities. The poverty that exists within Pittsburgh's segregated landscape is connected to this history. More Black children in Pittsburgh grow up in poverty than 95% of similar cities. 1/3 of Black women live in poverty in this city. They are 5 times more likely to be poor than white men. The dire health outcomes linked to poverty between whites and blacks in this city. This is a trademark of apartheid policies. On health, Black adult mortality rates are higher in Pittsburgh than almost every other similarly situated city, and Black homicide rates are some of the highest in all the country. Black mothers are 3 times more likely compared to white mothers to give birth to extremely low-weight babies. Black infant mortality rate is much higher than white babies for Black babies than for white babies, and fetal deaths are 2 times more likely among Black women compared to white women. In fact, the inequality between white and Black maternal mortality rates is greater than in almost all other cities in the United States. The disparities extend into the workforce. The city has one of the highest rates of occupational segregation between whites and Blacks in all of America. White women make 78 cents to every dollar, while Black women make 54 cents. Black men have some of the lowest average incomes in all the country right here in Pittsburgh and the highest levels of unemployment. The sharp division, of course, in employment and occupational inequality between whites and Blacks in Pittsburgh also leads to significant differences in educational attainment across race. White men and white women are 3 times more likely to have a college degree than Black men and Black women. The school-to-prison pipeline for Black girls in Pittsburgh is some of the worst in all the United States. These racial disparities pervade every single aspect of routine police enforcement. White dominance has created a social and economic condition that has led to 7,000 plus Black residents who have left the city of Pittsburgh in the last 10 years. This is the new modern American apartheid city. A moral reckoning is upon us. We must reorient the lens for which we gaze at our beloved Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is not the nation's most livable city. It is America's apartheid city. Pittsburgh can no longer claim to be the most livable city. In fact, before Pittsburgh can join the company of the nation's and the world's most livable cities, we will have to answer to, and we will have to address the lingering consequences of our apartheid past and present. Enduring Black poverty, too few jobs, extreme occupational segregation, racial divisions, low educational levels for Black children, and many other social and economic obstacles. In other words, Pittsburgh must be reimagined. Indeed, a successful city and a region mandates that its residents feel that they can identify with that city and feel a moral attachment to that city's fortunes. It is obvious then that our collective moral imperative is to end Pittsburgh's apartheid past and present and to become a world-class city of racial equality. That is our vision for Pittsburgh. That is our moral imperative. And as a father of 2 Black daughters here in Pittsburgh, whether we choose to pursue this vision and embrace this moral imperative, it will be the defining characteristic of our generation. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for the term occupational inequality. It's something that I thought of. It's something that I've observed. And I kind of refrain from using titles because it tends to marginalize and group people. And it was something that was like abstract, but you just gave me something concrete to put with that, and I just wanted to say thanks.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't be shy. That's what we're here for.
Good morning, Mr. Dickerson.
Good morning.
Thank you for that presentation. That was very informative for all of us. One thing I did wish you would have started off with, though, is the population of South Africa and the measurement between blacks and whites in South Africa at that time. That would have been a very key point to make, because people would have known right away how could it be that big difference, and yet, you know, you got that kind of a separation in terms of races, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So appreciate that, okay? Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't know if you've heard the latest news out of the National Basketball Association concerning the Phoenix Suns. And one of the dynamics is the racism exhibited by the owner of the Phoenix Suns that sort of trickled down to his executives that made it a very hostile place in terms of race and for women who worked in Phoenix Suns organization. But what I want you to, if you can, address is the fact that there are African Americans in leadership positions. How do we deal with that dynamic? For the Phoenix Suns, where you had a general manager and the head coach, both African American. So how do we deal with that dynamic of having people of color in reasonably positions of power or authority, and these types of situations continue to happen?
Right. Great comment and question. Increasingly, and I've said this before with Pittsburgh and some of the solutions to becoming a world-class city of racial equality is the necessity of increasing the number of black leaders in leadership positions at the corporate, nonprofit, government, and academic level as well. As for these incidents that continue to happen, even in light of the leadership capacities, the one thing I will say is that I believe, and we see this statistically, and the data I think suggests this, that the more African Americans that we see in leadership positions, and when these incidents do happen, they are typically addressed quicker, and they are addressed in a more productive way than what we've seen in the past. And I think that is in large part because those who take up those leadership positions have experienced this discrimination, have experienced this type of disparity, and are in a position to then deal with it, I think, in a much more productive way than we've seen in the past. Here in Pittsburgh, I will say this, one of the things that I think is gonna have to happen, I think it's already happening, we've heard this from a number of folks here today, and we're gonna hear more about it, is the necessity for corporate Pittsburgh to continue to address and to implement programs that facilitate the rise of black leadership through the ranks. That is going to be imperative for this city to become, as I mentioned before, this world-class city of racial equality. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And I don't know, I guess maybe at the end of what you just said kind of touched on what I'm getting ready to ask. You talk about occupational inequities, health, and education, and community-wise. I guess some of the things is, where do we start? Because we need to do not only just an upstream, but also some downstream as well. So, I mean, what where do we start? What needs to be done in order to try to address these inequities on all levels?
Absolutely. Great question. Well, to answer that, I'll take just a step back for a moment for why Pittsburgh is where it's at right now in terms of, arguably America's apartheid city. Milwaukee, Baltimore, a number of other cities kind of fit into that mold as well. I'm not the first scholar who has kind of coined this term as an American apartheid city. We've just done it for the first time, I think, for Pittsburgh. Part of our racial disparity and inequities is rooted in our history, and it's very interesting to find that during the 1940s, this second surge of the Great Migration, drew a significant number of African Americans from the South, of course, to the North, but fewer black families actually ended up in Pittsburgh. So we have, as a result of that, a much smaller population size compared to other Midwestern and Northern cities, which I think has contributed to this. The other one here is our labor history. Very fascinating is that our labor history has contributed to the inequities and inequalities in Pittsburgh, unlike other cities. Why? Because unions helped to ensure, the best positions went to, in the steel mills particularly, went to white men, all right, not to black men. And as a result of that, we have this kind of racial hierarchy that gets effectively reinforced decade after decade after decade. It's through this economic structure. So that's a huge part of why we are where we're at right now in Pittsburgh. The other one here, a couple of things, and then I'll get to addressing what we can do, is Pittsburgh, for a major city, does not have in close proximity an HBCU. That is a huge reason why we have the levels of low educational attainment, gap in educational achievement, health outcomes, housing, other things like that. When you look at major cities throughout the United States that are doing well with their black middle class, you will find that an HBCU or multiple HBCUs are actually in close proximity, which is very fascinating. The other one here is jobs in the government. The federal government in particular, where we see cities where black Americans are doing quite well. We see high levels of employment through state and federal government, and that's a huge part of, and we here in Pittsburgh, comparatively speaking, do not have as high of levels of that as other places, Now, what can be done, all right? I do not have the silver lining here, or at least the solution to everything here, but I can say this. Employers need to do one, and Ralph Bangs at the University of Pittsburgh has been great in kind of cataloging this and providing resources on how to address these problems. We are going to have to end, as I mentioned before, the segregation of African Americans in low-wage occupational and contract jobs. It is almost imperative that occupational segregation has to be closed in order for us to move forward to address some of these inequalities. Increase in wages, it has to happen for the inequality gap to be closed, and the hiring of more African Americans in jobs that pay over $40,000. The percentage of African Americans in this city that make less than $40,000 is some of the highest in all the United States, that percentage, and that's a problem. We also have a very low percentage of African Americans that make more than $100,000 a year, and that's also a problem. So we need to find ways through corporate and through government and through nonprofit sectors to increase those numbers, And then another one here, which Ralph Banks seems to suggest, I think he's correct on this, is creating thousands of quality jobs for African American youth, right? So that we can begin closing that inequality gap at a young age and not miss those generations as a result of that. There are a number of other things, of course, that have to come into play. Criminal justice reform, where you see high levels of black men and black women being arrested and sentenced at far higher rates than white counterparts in any city, and particularly in Pittsburgh, that has a tremendous impact, not just on the individual, but the community in and of itself, the family. And that has reverberating effects on our capacity to do well in other aspects of education and health and housing and other aspects as well. So those are just some things that come to mind that we've been thinking about. I've been thinking about both as a scholar and as a candidate as well. And so that's something that we certainly want to be cognizant of. That being said, as I said towards the end of my presentation, this is a moral reckoning, okay? This is not doom and gloom. This is a moral reckoning, and it's for us to address these issues and to understand that these problems are existing within our city while we are making great progress, all right? And that our hope is to become a world-class region of racial equality. And do I think we can get there? Of course I can. This city has been through a lot. This is one of the most resilient cities in all of the United States. And I think that we are best positioned to rectify and address these racial disparities and to become a world-class region of racial equality.
Two.
Thanks, Professor Dickinson. You said there are 10, Pittsburgh is the 10th most segregated city. What are the other cities that are more segregated than us?
Sure. I have the list in front of me now, but Milwaukee is number one. Milwaukee is number one. Baltimore is there. Philadelphia is 9th. Yeah, Philadelphia. New York City, I think, is on that list as well. I'd have to go back and look, but those are just some of the, the cities that are there. And again, Milwaukee, I think, when you look at the racial segregation in Milwaukee, and then you also look at the racial disparities, Milwaukee is very close in comparison to Pittsburgh in the level of disparities that you see within health, income, education, and housing and occupational segregation. So there was a scholar recently in Milwaukee who wrote an op-ed in the New York Times who said that he felt that Milwaukee was the archetype of the new modern American apartheid city. And so there's some debate as to whether or not Pittsburgh is truly the America's apartheid city. But yeah, those are some of the cities that come to mind. Thanks, Bill.
I heard you loud and clear when you said Pittsburgh doesn't have a HBCU. So I know Avery College used to be that HBCU, and then the highway basically took it out. So have you given it thought, or how does one go about getting an HBCU back into the city?
I have given a little bit of thought to that, but not as much. I mean, I'm a professor at the University of Pittsburgh, and so education is always on my mind, higher education, of course. There's a lot of complexities to that happening, but I do think that one thing that we've found is that Pittsburgh, I think, to get there, it's going to have to be a collaboration between some of the universities and those who have worked at the universities, whether it be in the provost office or whether it be at some of the universities, to begin looking at this idea. The question becomes what is the draw to Pittsburgh then? One thing that we have found, whether it be in the private sector or at other government sectors, is that there's an attrition problem, right? Black professionals who do come to Pittsburgh, particularly in the private sector for law firms. When I was at the law firm Reed Smith, that we saw this happen all the time. Folks would move here from other cities and realize that there's not as robust a black middle class. As Karen Lacey said, the blue chip black middle class, it's not as robust here. And so it's hard to keep people here when they realize that the black middle class is so scattered across Pittsburgh and not concentrated. And I think that's going to be a big hurdle to kind of driving us towards the HBCU. But I think that there are a number of incredible black leaders here in Pittsburgh. I think that if we put our heads together, came together on a roundtable discussion, and thought through this, there's no doubt in my mind that in order for us to become, as I said, a world-class city of racial equality, being able to establish an HBCU here in Pittsburgh would be tremendous, tremendous. So, absolutely, great. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. You know, part of my job at the Allegheny Conference is PR for the region, right? I'm supposed to find the best way to spin things and get people to want to move here and come here. But it's also the other side of the organization is really trying to understand the challenges that we face as a community and what we all need to do together to address them. So this kind of information is critically important. And the other reason it's so valuable is I've thought for many years that one of the dangers in Pittsburgh is that we might believe our own press clippings. We've been getting a lot of great national and even international publicity, over the past 2 decades, up until the pandemic, about what was happening here. And there's a danger in that of complacency, that we begin to think, oh my, maybe we're making it. Maybe we're solving these problems. Maybe it's going to be okay. Maybe we can dial back the effort and not work as hard and not try to find a way forward. And I think this kind of information and perspective really level sets us and lets us know there's still a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of need for creative thinking and people to come together to really try to address some of the challenges, the many challenges that remain, even as we celebrate some of the progress that we're making. I know one of our affiliate organizations at the Allegheny Conference is the Greater Pittsburgh Chamber of Commerce, which has actually been among chambers nationwide a real leader in the space of criminal justice reform, trying to stand up and encourage action at both the state and federal level to deal with things like driver's license reform and other practices that make it harder for people with a criminal record to re-enter the workforce and to have a real shot. And I think prior to the pandemic, it's like there's, for all of us, right, there's sort of life before the pandemic and life where we are now. I think we were feeling very good about some of the progress that had been made and some of the potential going forward. And I think we remain optimistic there's going to be an opportunity to continue to dig in on these issues and think more creatively, not just about changing the system that might block people from being able to re-enter the workforce, but also ways to encourage employers across the region to be more open to giving people a second shot. And so it's great that for the next section of our program, we're going to dig into this issue and this opportunity around reimagining re-entry and what that could mean, what's happening in that space, and what more needs to be done. And so to kick off this portion of our discussion, it's my pleasure to welcome from the Allegheny County Anchored Re-Entry Consortium, Arthur Terry, who is the Director of Operations for Reimagine Re-Entry.
Good morning, good people. It's my pleasure to be here today. As Mr. Flanagan said, my name is Art Terry. I am currently the Director of Operations at Reimagine Re-Entry, and it's such a wonderful nexus of ideas and energy to be here today, because the actual reimagining is exactly what we need to do with many things. And I think where we are in Pittsburgh right now shows that we are definitely in the midst of reimagining our city. I come today to introduce you to the Allegheny County Anchored Re-Entry Consortium. By its very name, what is a consortium? Well, it's a loosely configured association of organizations and entities. This particular one addresses an area that, quite frankly, goes all too often unaddressed. You see, re-entry, incarceration,
where we are
and the various obstacles and hurdles that have to be overcome while a person is in the midst of that process is not something that actually every family has to deal with. Unless there's been someone in your family, unless it's been a close loved one. Pardon me?
Of organizations.
Can't hear me? Okay, how about I speak up? Is that better, Tim? All right, I can do this for you. As I was saying, people are impacted on a regular basis by this particular issue. Only if there's someone in your home or in your family who has had to undergo this do you even become aware of many of the issues that they encounter. What we have in front of us today in the form of the Allegheny County Anchored Re-Entry Consortium is a progressive, forward-thinking opportunity for the community as a whole to address this issue, to bring to bear that same level of resources that an individual confronts when he is initially arrested, incarcerated, and confined prior to trial and ultimately imprisoned. If you look at that process, if you look at how many individuals come in contact with a person who enters the system from the time of his arrest until the time of his release, and if you looked at the number of individuals that were there to meet him upon his release at the door, the ratio would probably be 3,000 to 1. I need you to understand what the economic impacts of these things are too. You know, we talk here in the corporate equity and inclusion roundtable about many figures sometimes. Well, we know for a fact the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections spends roughly $45,000 per year per inmate to house roughly 20,000 individuals. That's a decent-sized budget. We also know for a fact that our very own Visit Pittsburgh spends roughly $35,000 per year per individual to attract high-profile executives to come to our city who only stay an average of about 2 or 3 years. I would also posit that what if we could do some different things with this sort of money? Well, the Allegheny County Anchored Reentry Consortium is the vehicle that is looking at exactly what that issue is. What is ACAR? ACAR was founded in 2014 by the leaders of Goodwill and the Community College of Allegheny County. It was launched in 2015, underwent a brief hiatus, was relaunched in 2020 with the leadership of Mike Smith at Goodwill, Quentin Bullock at CCAC, Susie Puskar, and Ms. Tamara Collier of the United States Attorney's Office. What we have with that is a four individual leadership team, but there is also a 13-member functional leadership team. And that functional leadership team maintains supervision over 13 various subcommittees. Those subcommittees actually do the work of ACAR. There's a basic life needs subcommittee, which addresses transportation issues, food, clothing, childcare, financial resources, driver's license, IDs, and et cetera. There's also a health and wellness subcommittee, of which I personally am a co-chair. And we deal with medical and health insurance issues, victim support, physical, emotional and cognitive disabilities, violence prevention, drug and alcohol, mental health issues, and physical health as well. There's family and parenting, education and training, housing, youth, legal, tech, research, data, entrepreneurship, but the ones we want to talk a little bit about today are, of course, diversity, accessibility, equity, and inclusion, and employment. Our DEI subcommittee is headed by Ms. Tamara Collier. I'm sure many of you in this room probably know her. You've probably known of her. If you stay around here long enough, believe me, you will in this arena. She's a dynamic woman who believes very strongly and very much in what it is that she does, and she approaches her job with vigor and truth and fidelity. I think that's one of the that's one of the fundamentals that people come to ACAR with. See, I need you to understand that this organization has roughly over 105 members, and the membership roster goes from A to Z. We have membership at all levels, from the local, from the state, from the federal court system, Bureau of Prisons, the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, Allegheny County Jail. We have involvement on the social service sector from all across the board, from Goodwill on down to youth places. What we do not have in sufficient force are our corporate partners who are able to extend the life-saving opportunities that our reentrants need. I myself am involved, and I don't want to digress here from the ACAR platform, but I'll tell you a little bit about who I am and what Reimagine Reentry is about. And it's a beautiful thing, in my opinion, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide holistic services to returning citizens. By holistic, I mean whole in terms of holistically approaching, but whole with a W in terms of encompassing the totality of the needs that a person faces. Now, we know that we can't do this alone, which is why membership and participation in organizations like ACAR that bring to bear the other individuals who can deal and are dealing many times in silos, as we know exist here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to bring those individuals together to start to move in one direction, in one entity, is a beautiful thing. So at Reimagine Reentry, what we are trying to do, we want to provide basic assistance in those areas that we have determined are most urgently in need of assistance. We know workforce development is a big one, so our flagship program is a 6 weeks pre-apprenticeship training program that takes reentrants from our classroom directly into an opportunity to become enrolled in a union of their choice. Now, we talked a little bit, Professor Dickerson, thank you very much for those comments, and you talked about wages. We talked about the substandardness of the wages that particularly impact Black females here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I would just ask you to look out the window, look up the street, look down the hall, look down the road, look around the corner. What do you see going on in this city? You see building. You see movement. You see things going up, things being torn up, things being moved around. I'm going to tell you that 60% of the jobs in this country that pay women over $20 an hour exist where? In the trades. Isn't that interesting? It just so happens that we happen to have a trades industry outside that is in dire need of workers. I'm hearing. All too often, I'm not seeing individuals on these work sites who look, walk, and talk like me. I understand that we are dealing with historical issues here in this region. But I will say that right now, if there ever was a time, I see this time, and me being a lifelong Pittsburgher, certainly proud, certainly high school graduate and a state champion, by the way, yes. All right. I will say that in this city, I see something that I've never seen before in my life. I see an African-American mayor. I see a wonderful opportunity for those individuals who look, walk, talk, and yeah, sometimes act like me. I see the opportunity for us to get it. I mean, really get it. And I'm just talking about those individuals who have been blessed with the opportunity to go forward, to use their minds to the fullest. I'm talking about individuals who have not had that chance, individuals who have made mistakes, individuals who have not been able to profit from what society has to offer yet. I said Reimagine Reentry, we are believers in not just the second chance, but the third chance, the fourth and the fifth, however many damn chances it takes to get it right. We believe that with the right set of partners at the table, it can be done, and it can be done with support. And that's exactly what we attempt to offer at ACAR to the corporate community. We believe that we offer a strong workforce that is able to meet the needs, diverse, multi-talented, and above all, full of ability, the very best ability, as I've heard it, availability, all right? So I think that as we go forward, it behooves us all to look at how can we incorporate these things? How can we bring these two worlds together? Well, I posit to you it's a very simple thing. We would like for you individuals to become involved with ACAR. Our director of our employment subcommittee is a lady by the name of Ms. Katrina Katasevskis, and she's at Partners for Work. Many of you probably in this room know her as well. Her information will definitely be posted, will be made available through this consortium. We'll make sure to get it to you. And as I've said before, the DEAI chair is Tamara Collier. We ask that everybody who is anybody that knows somebody brings their voice to this table. Why? Because the time is now. The opportunity is here. For all too long, this has been a subject that no one has discussed. Nobody talks about little JoJo down the street who's coming home. All they want to talk about is what he did, okay? We need to understand why our eyes are placed in forward, in front of our face, and the section of our brain that I believe, and I'm not the neuroscientist that holds our memories, though, it's back here somewhere, right? It's behind us. And it's that way for a reason, because life is to be lived. There's none among us who have not made a mistake. We're all the same, man. You, man, okay? There's only two types of people. They're the caught and the uncaught, because we all did something. You know what I mean? I mean, think about it, right? That's real, okay? Think about what your life would be like. Think about if you're fortunate or unfortunate enough to have someone in your family that has gone through the process of incarceration. I stand here before you today looking like I look, talking like I talk, doing what I'm doing. 21 years ago, I was AJ 0340, State Correctional Institution in Pittsburgh. I was laughing with a friend of mine whose mom happened to be Miss Camille Williams back there. Yeah, I'm busting her out. I had a very lovely introduction with Miss Williams' mother about 35 years ago. And I'm totally wrong. But I'm a total testament to God. That's what I am. I'm a total testament to the support of a family But I know everybody don't have that. That's where we come in. That's our job. It's about your brother. So as you go forward, as you think about you individuals, these various opportunities that you have to employ people, and you can't find individuals or you can't get individuals who want to get up out of the bed and come to work, or they can't come to work after payday, and all of these various ills and ilks, I'm going to just ask you, is it time to reimagine your thought process? Is it time to perhaps look just a little bit differently at how you've been approaching the employment and profit game? You see, I'll tell you, when I say the best ability is availability, I mean that because what I have is I have individuals who, one, can benefit from the structure that you would give them with regular employment. They would benefit from having their time being consumed by something that's both productive, all right, and gainful. We know that in dealing with this issue, we know that many times the problem comes down to self-esteem. We have found with our 6-week pre-apprenticeship training program that we can get individuals through that program. We can get them a certificate and we can actually get them employed. The real issue comes when it's time to try to get that individual to engage in some rethinking. What happens when you've worked 14 straight days, $24 an hour, and that Saturday is time and a half, and that Sunday is double time, and you did that for 2 weeks straight, and you got that fat check? How do we change the way that you celebrate? How do we change the rethinking around how you celebrate away from what you did before into what you can do now that can be positive, productive, and profitable? Those are the battles. That is what we offer to the corporate community. We offer the support that comes with this person that is dealing with exactly that issue. We offer it at Reimagine Reentry, and we offer it through ACAR. I need you to understand that support is available out here for those individuals who really earnestly seek opportunities. I myself have already set up a schedule that I'm going to be conducting next year in the year 2022, 3 different cohorts of what's called our MC3 class, the Multi-Craft Core Curriculum, the 6-week pre-apprenticeship training program with the NAB2 certificate backed by the Builders Guild. Going to be offering that 6-week program from February to March, in April, May, and in August to September next year. I am looking to fill that program with as many as 45 different men and women from this area who are under the supervision of the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, if at all possible, because, quite frankly, we got a point to prove. I think that being someone in the category of having lived experience, as well as being someone who has an opportunity to engage in the business as a service provider, I firmly believe that there's not many individuals who understand reentry like a reentrant. I think it's not something that you can get from somebody else's experiences, no matter what class you've been in, with all due respect. You see, it's a different kind of class. It's a different kind of mechanism. It's a different sort of thing. I'd love to take this opportunity to entertain any questions, if anyone would like.
Quick question. We know that about 70 to 80% of those incarcerated are African American, right? Out of that 40,000 you were talking about.
2/3.
Okay, 2/3. That's a good number still. What percent, before this program started, what was the percent of reentry actually happening when people coming out of jail? I know we've been living with ban the box for years, right? That was the way we treated our people who were incarcerated. Once you get incarcerated, you can't come back. So what percent of that has been traditionally not able to re-enter the workforce?
Unfortunately, there's been a very high number of those that have not been able to enter the workforce, and many times, while I'm unable to give you a specific number, I will tell you that many times the obstacles to reentry are not huge and major. They're small. There are gentlemen that have existing fines from traffic violations when they were teenagers that they accrued when they did not even have a driver's license. All right, and now they've gone and they've served time because they sold drugs in a housing project, and they're coming back out 12 years later after having developed skills. You know, inmates actually run jails. They perform the service work, they do perform the maintenance, they perform the operational aspects of the institution. One of the big issues is allowing these individuals to receive credit for the credentialing and the experience that they receive while incarcerated. But the number is unnecessarily high for exceptionally minuscule reasons that policies sometimes prevent being addressed. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for the time and the information. I'm definitely going to tap into your resources. Do a lot of mentoring, run across a lot of brothers that have that. The man is oppressing me. I can't get ahead, and I don't have the answers. The mentoring programs. This apprentice program is phenomenal. The one question I had specifically is I know the majority of people incarcerated obviously didn't have a trial. They took a plea. So now that the COVID has happened, I run into a lot of brothers that didn't actually do the time, but they're on house arrest. So would they also be qualified for taking a plea for aggravated assault or whatever happened, and now they're on 2 years house arrest? Was this something also that they would be eligible for?
Absolutely.
Through your
it most certainly is.
Okay.
Very much. As a matter of fact, we're fortunate right now that I just ran a small 6-week cohort that finished up about a week and a half ago. There were 2 individuals from the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, 1 individual who had come out of the county jail, and another individual who was on federal house arrest. One of those individuals was hired 2 days after the program completed by a plumber. Another young lady, federal detainee, is looking to get into the Carpenters Union, and those 2 other individuals are going to be hired as general laborers. So opportunities do exist. The money is definitely worth their time. Quite frankly, I mean, I've got a young lady in the feds who says she made $12 a month. Now can make close to $24 an hour. So her motto has been 12 to 24. I want that for my kids. So yes, my pleasure. I want to thank everyone. If anybody needs any additional information, by all means, please tap to me. But thank you, and please consider ACAR.
Thank you so much. Important work and a great presentation. I'm told we have a little technical difficulty, so I'm supposed to buy 30 seconds. So fortunately, I have been handed some housekeeping notes that I will share before we bring up our next speaker to continue this conversation about reentry. First, if you haven't picked up the breakfast box, there's still plenty of them out there. And feel free to bring them in here and enjoy them during the program. As you have seen on the agenda, there are no breaks. So it's really up to you if you want to go to get a drink or whatever, to just take advantage of that and come and go. But please, there's a lot of breakfasts out there, so please take advantage of that. We hope you'll enjoy them. And the other thing is, other than when you're eating your breakfast from your breakfast box in here, we ask that everybody keep their mask on. We are abiding by Duquesne University policy today regarding all the COVID precautions that are designed to keep everybody in this campus community safe. And so for all of us, there's an obligation to observe their rules. And we ask everybody to please, if you're not eating or drinking and you're in the audience, please keep your mask on. Anybody up here on the podium who is speaking, again, according to Duquesne University policy, you are free to take your mask off for the duration of your presentation. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter. And continuing the conversation about reentry, Raymond Miles is both a leader in this space and a fellow who actually has experienced the importance of it firsthand. Please welcome Raymond Miles.
Good morning, everyone. I want to double back on what my colleague Arthur Terry mentioned. What he failed to say is that ACOR has been in operation for 7 years, but it's 7 years, but it's a purely voluntary effort. This effort is made up from people who donate their time and their own resources to make this happen. It's not a funded thing. It's not a, we operate from I would say a decentralized effort. Like there is truly no leader. It's just community stakeholders and institutions that are just willing to assist people who've been incarcerated. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. But if you could see, I'm a part of ACOR's functional leadership. I've been a part of ACOR since 2014 in its inception. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here today. But the most important reason I'm here today is because I myself spent over a decade under Pennsylvania State Correctional supervision. And I'll have a criminal record until the day I die, right? So I'm always going to be a convicted felon. And keeping in with today's theme of equality, equity, equality, and justice, I want to talk about that from a restorative practices framework, right? Because when an individual spends time in jail, you know, we look at the word justice. A lot of times justice is not something that's issued from an employer. There's no form of fairness because individuals with criminal records are usually often marginalized in positions. The equality, we were talking about advancements. A lot of positions presented to individuals who've been incarcerated, there's really not room for advancement. So when Arthur talked about those sites out there that's missing guys and you don't see anybody that looks like himself or myself in these roles, it comes down to the fact that how is these work environments treating individuals? You know, and until we address that, that would be the message that I'm going to stand up here and speak about. I want to speak about the culture, you know, at employers and the cultures at these job sites that these guys go to when they do join the union. As the professor noted, that the union is a segregated sector in the trades, but people fail to consider how an individual with a criminal background is treated on those union job sites. People fail to consider how a person with a criminal background is treated when they apply for positions. You know, I'm a Department of Human Services employee. I have several academic accomplishments. I did adjunct work for the University of Duquesne, so I'm glad to be here in this space. But a lot of people are not presented that opportunity. And a lot of people are I would say, the term I like to use is employment insecurities, right? Because oftentimes these positions that need filled go unfulfilled because there's no real sense of buy-in. You know, individuals, if I was speaking to corporate and I would say one thing, to make your place full of equality, equity, and justice, offer people a position that's going to exist beyond 3 months, 90 days, or a year. And with that, I close. Sorry, I'm not too elevated on the speakers, but I did this, and thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations for the great work you're doing in this space today. You know, somebody who's worked for the Allegheny Conference now for 20 years, and I have followed the organization for almost 40 since I came to Pittsburgh, I can tell you that the organization has been kind of in and out of this space over the past 50 years. I look back at some of our records, annual reports from 1972, and the organization then led by Jack Hines, and Henry Hillman was very proud of all the programs that they had implemented after the Martin Luther King assassination. They were literally implementing jobs programs. They were tracking the number of people who had been employed in the region. They had a program to invest in African-American businesses and get them off the ground, and they were tracking how many startups there were and the progress they were making. And it was all really cool, and it was clear that Mr. Hines and Mr. Hillman were pretty proud of what they've done. But then there was a passage in that report that really caused me to sit up and take notice, because they said, we are enjoying great success. This program is well on its way. Now it's time to turn our attention elsewhere. And we are going to take a much broader look at the region as a whole, and we're going to try to grow the entire sort of southwestern Pennsylvania together. And I read that and I thought to myself, no, guys, don't. You don't just, declare victory when you've just started to have some success and you turn your attention elsewhere. You're having some success. Now is the time to double down. And I think, just as an observer of Pittsburgh all these years, I think there's been a tendency to kind of get a sense of optimism about where we're headed, maybe believe our own press clippings, we've talked about that before, and then to move on somewhere else. And I think the biggest challenge all of us face is sticking with it. And when we start to have some success, how do we build on that success? How do we invest even more aggressively to try to make sure we can maintain and build the momentum? And so one of the things the conference has done very recently, I believe, is taking this issue of equity much more seriously, so much so that we have welcomed a new chief equity officer to our senior management team at the Allegheny Conference. And Majestic Lane, who joins us from the city of Pittsburgh, I think his foremost job is to keep all of us honest and on point and thinking about these issues all the time. And how can we make sure that the issues of equity and equality and justice are baked into everything we do as an organization, but also everything we're trying to do and the awareness we're trying to raise on behalf of the region as a whole. So I think it's an important first step. I think Majestic's got his work cut out for him, but we couldn't be happier to have him on board at the Allegheny Conference, and it is my pleasure to introduce Majestic to lead our next panel discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, good morning. Thank you, Bill, for that introduction. And it is an interesting conversation when you look at how our city and region has treated what equity looks like over time. And we know so many of the challenges that we see in the region, and we know that things have happened in fits and starts. And I think with a lot of the new things that are occurring, it's a space of how do we make sure that it truly is a long-term process and not an issue that lives and dies based on the interests of the media, based on the interests of, what's ever happening, but actually something that people are dedicated to make this region a place where everyone can survive. As you heard Professor Dickinson talk about, the idea of equity is not just a moral issue, although it reigns large as a moral issue. Places that are more diverse and equitable do better, right? There's more talent, there's more interest, there's more activity, right? So we know that these things are occurring. If you look at cities across the world, not just America, but cities across the world, places where people feel invited, places where people feel they have opportunity, they benefit from that and they flourish. So I think it's just part of how do we continue to have this conversation in our region and how everyone can work together and make sure that we're not siloed. We know in our region, often there's a lot of silos of who does what. So, this has been an example of cross-cutting work that's happened over the last 9 years. So I think, continuing to work at this, continuing to expand the room, although clearly we're still dealing with COVID, but in continuing to expand their room and making sure that the right people are in the room to extend the right opportunities is paramount. So what I'd like to do is introduce the folks who will be on the panel and ask them to come up, and then we'll get started with some of the questions. First, Donnie Gray III from BMW Collision and CRM Recon Manager. Yeah, you can give it up for him. Brother Arthur Terry, if you mind coming on back up. Raymond Miles that spoke a little earlier, would you mind coming on back up? And finally, Reverend Dr. T. Charles Howell IV. So we'll get everyone technically situated here and start in 1 second.
Great work you guys are doing.
How your brothers doing?
Good.
All right, all right. All right, excellent. So, feedback here. So, just briefly, you've heard from a couple folks on it already, but if you just briefly really do a quick introduction of, again, kind of what the work is you do and why it's important to you. Just a brief overview of who you are, who you represent, and then why it's important, then we'll get into some more of the questions. So we can start at the end with Reverend.
Good morning. I'm Charles Howell. I'm the Director of Workforce Development and Financial Coaching for Mon Valley Initiative. I'm also founder and pastoral counselor at Agape Wellness, which is a Christian counseling ministry. And this work is important because our topic, equity, equality, and justice, I mean, it goes back to the work of the movement over the years, right? If there's not equality and justice for all, there's not equality and justice for any of us. So until we've reached that standard, man, there's work that we all have to do.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donnie Gray. I'm a man of God first before anything. I'm also a convicted felon. Back in 2012 is when I was released back home. But I'm in the customer service business for BMW. I've been there about 9 years. Started from the bottom. I also am a founder of Digging Deep Ministry, a men's lifestyle group that was started in the beginning of the pandemic to be able to get brothers together in their walk of Christ, to understand life together with accountability, transparency, and the word of Christ. I am also a VP of New Business Development with Executive Valet. Is my mic still on? We're good? Can you guys hear me? Thumbs up? Good, good. And I'm also a VP for Executive Valet. I run a valet business as well. This panel discussion and this whole forum is so powerful because rehabilitation, coming home from incarceration, is a must need for every soul behind the walls to build that confidence before they be released, that they know that they'll be employed with the future before them as their debt has been paid to society.
Thank you. Art Terry, Reimagine Reentry. Work's important because it's real. I think I said enough earlier.
Thank you, brother.
Ray Miles, I'm the Workforce Development Coordinator for Allegheny County Jail Reentry Services. I'm also the founder of Realistic Reentry, and I'm also a small business owner, Work 412. This work is important to me because I've ran the gauntlet from workforce professional or even from teaching life skills inside of jails to following the whole workforce development path from inside to outside. It's just important to me because I believe there's not enough opportunities. There's not enough significant opportunities. There's not enough culturally responsive opportunities. And it's important to me that I try to do what I can do to create those opportunities for the brothers and sisters that's coming home, whether you're white or black. And it's also important for me to help people reevaluate those cognitions because there's a lot of, I would say, preconceived stereotypes associated with people with criminal records, and a lot of them hold true, and erasing that objective view of individuals that's been placed on those who've lived where you lived or went to school where you went to school and went to prison where you went to is why I do this work. Like I'm reimagining my new self, creating new identities, and that's why this work is important to me.
Thank you, brother. So one of the things before I go to the next question is I think the conversation around returning citizens and reentry in employment is probably, it's never been more important than right now. Dealing with the pandemic, we see staffing shortages everywhere. We see restaurants and places closing early because there's not enough staff. We see supply chain issues all across the world. We see a lot of these challenges that, you know, frankly, our workforce system has been thrown off in ways that none of us could comprehend. So the idea of thinking about the talent, right? Because I think there's also a space of, you know, again, going back to the moral versus economic issue. This is not just people who need a chance. This is talent. Right. and to deal with and develop talent at a time when you have shortages and everything you can imagine is never more important. So I think for us to reframe the conversation and not just see the conversation in the sense of we need to look out for the brothers and sisters that are coming home, but for corporations and institutions, this is essential to being able to do your business in the way that you currently are doing your business. And by all accounts, the challenges with supply chain, the challenges with staffing shortages, the great resignation, that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So we're in a new space and we have to look at this in a new space and be innovative. So in that sense, I want to ask, and if for anyone that will answer, what are some of the best and promising practices that are happening to connect returning citizens to good paying jobs in the corporate space, right? Like what are some things that are occurring and where that, so we can also kind of lift those conversations up to willfully expand those conversations?
That's a great question that you ask. I personally am not aware of too many of those conversations that actually are occurring in the corporate space, particularly for any sort of corporate job. What we do find is there are a couple of corporations that are engaged in the process that are willing to offer assistance, but that typically is not something that is happening an awful lot that I have seen, which I think is why we're here.
And I would add to what Brother Art said that somewhere around 4 million people left the job market over the last year and a half. But some of those people they just retired. Some started their own businesses. Other folks, just because of childcare and other issues, decided it just wasn't worth the cost to come back to work. So they're staying home to take care of their families. But there has not been a corresponding shift in the labor market to deal with this mass need. And what I mean by that is there's only a few companies that have raised their pay rates. There's only a few companies that have expanded some of the offerings that folks need to be able to come to work. So childcare supports, so transportation supports. Like even in this area, we're making this huge investment in public transportation, which is long overdue. But is there a corresponding effort by corporations to invest in that so that their workers can get to work? This is all part and parcel of a system that has been intentionally constructed to leave people out. And in this space, we have opportunity to make some monumental kind of changes if there is a collective will. And we have to push. We got to keep pushing, right? Because when we're talking about the prison population and the returning population, there's like 400,000 people in Pennsylvania that are in some level of engagement with the justice system. Man, some of those people still can't get their driver's license. Some of those folks got certificates while they were incarcerated, tried to invest in themselves and come back out, and corporations, companies don't recognize those certifications, and so they still start at the bottom. So we're asking people to make these sort of changes and investments in themselves, but we're not rewarding them with opportunity where they can attain life-sustaining kind of job skills and job placements.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with him. I mean, it's very important. That's the follow-up. Like he said, Brother Arthur said as he was speaking, what those souls learn being behind the bars builds them structure, whether they're mowing the grass, whether they're in the cafeteria, whether they are on the pod, in charge of the pod. Those souls, when they come home, be able to enforce them with a job gives them a balance, gives them structure, and gives them hope to know, hey, even when you let the walls down, I'm still out here doing what I'm doing, and it's a new day. So that follow-up is important. Instead of getting a job application and fine-tooth combing, you've just been incarcerated, put them to the side. And that's why jobs are missing opportunities to build a structure that they need because they're fine-tooth combing it instead of building an infrastructure for success.
And that's what we're asking. Just rethink the process. Because quite frankly, how's it been working for you?
Correct.
So let's talk a little more about that. What are examples of some systemic or programmatic innovations that you think would reduce this? Like, what are the things that say, okay, if said company, said organization were to do something that then would allow the example of you got a certification when you were incarcerated, but no one respected out. It's not used outside. Okay.
Incentivization, simple. We do it with everything else.
Correct.
Why can't we do it with this? We know for a fact that, yes, you can get a guy out, you can get a guy through a program, he can get a job. But he doesn't know how to handle his money, or he won't handle his money differently when he gets it. Why not incentivize his attendance with a counselor? For every session he attends, give him 30 days off his back time. I mean, it doesn't have to be money. Give a man something to earn, to get, and he will.
Yeah, yeah, and it builds that confidence. That incentive is a powerful thing, and you know, anytime they can put something behind them off their sheet, they're good to go off their tail. Keep on moving on. But once you keep moving forward, you're gonna always have chains on your legs. It's a mental thing.
And all these things kind of tie together, right? We got to keep investing in teaching both confidence and competence. Folks got a lot of experience on the backside of doing wrong, right? Look, I'm part of the population of the uncaught, right? But we have to, when you talk about rewarding people, rewarded them for making positive steps forward so that we build and build competence and confidence in ourselves to continue making good decisions, continue moving forward.
And continue to show society, look at me.
Yeah.
I can. I am. And I'm gonna keep going.
That's it.
Well, I think that's a perfect way to be able to kind of transition from this particular panel. As we hear other things, I want to give thanks to all the brothers up here. Please give them a round of applause. And also, let's continue to have a conversation on what do the systemic changes look like, how do we advocate for those in these spaces, and where are the practices that are happening that we can bring to bear to make sure everyone in the talent that's been unmined has the opportunity to make our communities and region better. Thanks, everyone.
Beautiful.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists for that discussion. You know, I've thought if there's anything positive that can come out of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related economic setback and the great resignation and all the challenges employers are having finding people, at least they say they are, maybe it's an opportunity for employers across our region and across the country to pay more attention to the opportunity that might exist in being able to re-enter people that are as motivated as the people we've seen on this panel that could really be a big part of the workforce solution. Because one thing we believe pretty strongly is even as we put COVID behind us once and for all, and hopefully that won't be too far in the future, some of these workforce issues, especially here in our region, are going to remain, and they're going to continue to be a challenge. We all know we're one of the oldest regions in the United States, and one of the trends we're trying to follow is whether the pandemic has actually accelerated the retirements that were kind of in the pipeline anyway. And there's a lot of people in our region who are 65 plus or 60 plus, and there's some evidence that in part because of the pandemic, they're hanging it up a little earlier than they had intended to. And so that then is exacerbating the issues and the challenges that we're experiencing in the workforce. So that is a challenge, but it's also a potentially an opportunity for those employers who really take the challenge seriously and are open to do things in new ways to try to build the workforce they need. Before we move on to our next panel, which kind of begins to get into that on skills-based hiring, I have been asked by the organizers to offer an observation that we all just witnessed an all-male panel. We apologize for not having a more diversity in that panel, and on behalf of the organizers of the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable, we will commit to not have that happen again as something that really shouldn't happen in a conference devoted to equity. We need to make sure that everyone has an opportunity for representation and to offer their perspective. So they are aware, they're paying attention, and we will learn and adjust when we all gather for the 10th roundtable, presumably next year. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce a presentation on skills-based hiring by Victoria Goins, the Vice President of Programs and Services for the Urban League of Greater Pittsburgh. Please welcome Victoria.
Prop adjustment.
Good morning, and thank you so very kindly. It is indeed my privilege to represent the Urban League of Greater Pittsburgh for this important discussion. I am so very pleased to have in the audience Miss Esther L. Bush, and I would be remiss without first acknowledging her and her contributions not only to the Urban League of Greater Pittsburgh, not only to Pittsburgh in general, but also the impact that she has made across the nation and internationally. Ms. Bush, we salute you. I have been asked to moderate an esteemed panel today for upskilling. The importance of the work of the Urban League of Greater Pittsburgh centers around the ability to provide African Americans with self-reliance. Self-reliance is a term that most people take for granted, but an important initiative of that fact is the creation of the Center of Economic Self-Reliance, which pulls together the educational components as well as the employment aspects of individuals seeking employment to increase their level of self-sufficiency, their access to sustainable wage job opportunities. So with that being said, upskilling is crucial. It has been a pandemic. African Americans have been disproportionately disadvantaged by the pandemic. Prior to that, there was a vision from the chairman and CEO of PNC Financial Services Group 5 years before the pandemic hit, and I quote, "Over the next decade, the Pittsburgh's region's workforce will be entirely transformed due to retirements, growth, and occupational transitions that will require upskilling." With that being said, what is upskilling? There are so very many aspects to that term. We have chose to focus on 3 categories. One being those who have been affected by the pandemic, as we previously said. It's been over a year, and there are many African Americans, people of color, and individuals who have been in low-income jobs who have been adversely affected. Our second address will be relative to those individuals who have many years of experience, but do not have the formal educational components for another job to move up the ladder to a career that provides them more financial strength. With that being said, one of the barriers that African Americans and people of color face and have faced is the affordability of college. And so the road has been chosen to move up through an organization itself. Lastly, the technological component, which we will call digital empowerment. Enough from me. Let me introduce our esteemed panel. We have 2 guests with us in person. Beth Markle is the COO of the Markle Foundation and the CEO of Skillful. She joins us. Please introduce yourself, Beth.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, my name's Beth Cobert. As Victoria mentioned, I'm the COO of the Markle Foundation and help lead our initiatives around opening opportunities in the workforce, largely under a program and alliance we'll talk about later called the Rework America Alliance. Delighted to be here in Pittsburgh. I come to this role from a long experience in the public sector, a short but intense experience in Washington in the Obama administration, leading the Office of Personnel Management, trying to make sure that the federal government, as was mentioned earlier, really can create opportunities to bring in great talent that reflects the country. And I'm delighted to be here and share in this really important conversation.
Thank you, Beth. Diana?
Thank you all for having me. I'm Diana Alzaid. I am the Diversity Recruiting Manager at PNC Bank. I'm a Pittsburgh native. I've been here my whole life, you know, in true Pittsburgh fashion, bought a house within a 3-mile radius of my family. The team that I manage at PNC is really responsible for managing external partnerships and relationships with a diversity lens. And we look at diversity from a number of different segments, individuals with disabilities, our multicultural segment, gender, and so through that, we are attracting talent to the bank, both on the early career side and on the professional side. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Diana, representing our local PNC, and Beth, representing us nationally. Now let us turn to two esteemed virtual guests. Tracy Scott is with the National Urban League. The Urban League of Greater Pittsburgh is one of 91 affiliates across the country governed by the National Urban League. We are proud to have with us our Workforce Development Vice President, Senior Vice President, and representing the National Urban League. Tracy?
Give me 1 second here. She comes up on the call.
The Urban
There she is.
Welcome, Tracy.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Victoria, for that warm welcome. I'm very happy to join everybody on this panel. I'm Tracy Scott. I am the Vice President of Workforce Development at the National Urban League, and I'm so glad that you guys are making this topic something worth a conversation.
Thank you, Tracy, for joining us. And our other national guest is from the Department of Labor, Eric Nelson. Eric?
Eric, you're currently muted.
The power of technology in these pandemic times. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Eric. Thank you for joining us.
Recording in progress.
Great, thank you, Victoria, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure. I'm still muted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. It's an honor to speak with you this morning as part of this panel. I serve as a director of the Office of Special Initiatives and Demonstration for the U.S. Department of Labor. And we have a bit of an echo, so I don't know if I'm speaking in real time, but nonetheless, this is a very important topic that we're discussing this morning. And I look forward to sharing with you the work of the Department of Labor. Now we can hear you. Great. Look forward to sharing with you the work the Department of Labor is doing to address diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as upskilling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have an echo here, but we are excited to have this topic and these guests here with us. Our panel is very much a diverse group as it relates to gender, as it relates to age, as it relates to experience, and as it relates to this topic. So let us delve right into it. Eric, The pandemic has shed a brighter light on inequities in the workforce. How is the Department of Labor addressing diversity and inclusion in America's workforce? You're on mute.
We'll get it together. Thank you for the question, Victoria. Equity is at the heart of all the administration's efforts. The administration aims to rebuild a new American economy that invests in the promises and potential of every single American and leaves no one out and no one behind, and makes it easier for families to break into the middle class and stay in the middle class. To that end, President Biden signed the executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, which, among many things, directs agencies to promote equitable delivery of benefits and opportunities across federal programs and services. As Secretary Walsh shared in his testimony to Congress, without equity and quality jobs as the foundation for the department's work, we are left with a structure that perpetuates low-quality jobs, that undermines the economic security of working families, and stalls our economic growth and competitiveness. So as ETA works to ensure equity access to its programs and services for underserved communities, it's exploring how to embed principles into the grant design process. We've begun engaging our stakeholders, including the National Urban League, in dialogues on steps DOL can take to ensure we have diverse applicants for grant applications, improving the outreach for our panelists who review those grant applications, and equitable services and outcomes for our grantees through our grant awards. Specifically, we have reestablished the Advisory Committee on Apprenticeship, which held its first meeting about a week ago. And the Advisory Committee is focusing on including diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in registered apprenticeships, as well as expansion into new industries and modernizing the registered apprenticeship system. Additionally, the Office of Apprenticeship have begun activities to develop DEIA tools and resources for employers, stakeholders, community-based organizations to increase opportunities for underrepresented populations and underserved communities to meet the business needs of employers. It's also working with minority-serving institutions, minority businesses, and minority professional and trade organizations. Along with that, the agency is developing strategies to increase registered apprenticeship opportunities for underserved populations and communities. And so as the agency continues to do this work, the goal is to try to level the playing field, including focusing on underserved communities, underrepresented populations, those who have not necessarily received the full benefit of the economic opportunities for this country. And we continue to do that work and look forward to working with organizations such as the National Urban League and other stakeholders as we continue this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your response. I'm being told by our technical staff here that if you mute your YouTube, the echo will lessen or diminish completely.
Okay, I'll try that. I don't think I'm on YouTube, but I'll try it.
Thank you so much. You have to give us credit for attempting to be a hybrid presentation today. So thank you. Moving right along, upskilling is a new term for individuals. So Tracy, as part of the National Urban League, providing oversight to over 90 local Urban League affiliates, please expound on this concept of upskilling, how it was conceived, and why its focus is achieving national momentum in workforce development initiatives.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for that question. I love the thinking that upskilling is sort of a specter that showed up on our shores just recently. But honestly, upskilling is not new. We began hearing and talking about upskilling as early as 2015 during the Obama administration. And that was because the administration saw the economy was over-relying on H-1B visas to fill high-skilled jobs that just weren't being filled by the incumbent American worker. And that his administration saw that that was money that could be coming back to our economy instead of leaving our economy. And so he saw that as a strategy to get more Americans. And at that time, we had seen a sluggish return to work among unemployed Americans. And so that was really the intervention. And that's where we began to see language coming out from that administration talk about upskilling itself. But understand it really didn't take up such momentum. And I think some of it was because we shifted our focus to a storm at sea at the expense of the one in our harbor. We were all focusing in 2019, we were focusing on the disruption of automation. And we were worried about how that might play a part, how we could get individuals to move in or become better skilled into the upwardly mobile jobs that were available. We were also worried that we saw, particularly on plant floors, in advanced manufacturing space, that we saw a graying out or an aging out of individuals with high skills that would be retiring. And I think that was just mentioned in the previous panel in the introduction here. That's a very real thing. But we did it because we thought we had a little time. But then Q1 of 2020 came in, just like I said, right in our harbor shores. And we saw millions of Americans within 30 days lost their jobs. And we saw it displace them economically. And they happened to hit specific industries, specific occupations, and most notably for this panel, specific demographics, much harder than others. For example, the Joint Center for Politics and Economics in September 2019 released a report and stated that 23% of African Americans were overly represented in specific occupations such as cashier and customer service, in the restaurant industry, in janitorial housekeeping spaces. But note, those jobs, they were thinking about them as most vulnerable to automation disruption. They actually also were disrupted by COVID-19. What is unique about those skills that are the jobs that we're talking about is that those jobs didn't have any clear pathway for upward mobility. And so we saw folks just pooling in these occupations, in these industries, and there was no movement. So what we're seeing today is that folks are out of work and desperately looking for work. They're outside of our economy right now. And there's this desperate skills gap, and we're rushing. And I think that's what you're feeling with the momentum, the energy around it, is that the storm that we were preparing for showed up much sooner. And that which precipitated it was something we had not planned for. And I think that's what you're seeing today.
Thank you, Tracy. Yes, we are feeling it in many and varying capacities. Thank you for your response to the question. And that transitions me to Beth. Beth, the Markle Foundation has been focused on this topic for quite a while. As Tracy said, this is not new, but new because we're feeling the pressure of the crisis. So you've done this, Beth, both through your Skill Fill initiative and also Rework American Alliance. Can you talk a bit about those initiatives and your vision, and what impact do they have on today's workforce?
Sure. Thank you, Victoria, for the questions, and delighted to be here with this group. The Markle Foundation started to focus on this question of how is the changing economy going to affect workers, and in particular, how can we make sure as the economy evolves and develops, we keep a focus on equitable opportunities and equitable access so that the outcomes we get reflect a much different perspective. In doing that, we had started some work with Skillful, but when the pandemic hit, as Tracy mentioned, it became very clear that there was a really important opportunity to think about how to step up this acceleration through a coalition. As we heard even in the panel on reentry, you've got to think about how all the elements of that coalition come together. What do employers need to do to change the way they are so they can find the talent that is here in communities in front of them but not being tapped? How do individuals need to understand what are the opportunities that are going to be good jobs today, good jobs in the future as automation proceeds, and to recognize that through their work experience and their life experience, they really do have the talents and capabilities to deliver in those jobs, even though they might not have the formal education that is sometimes put as a barrier for them to access those opportunities. So we formed the Rework America Alliance, a coalition of over 30 organizations with a goal of empowering the people that are in the communities who understand those communities to take new capabilities to connect workers and individuals, particularly communities of color, to the opportunities that are out there for good jobs. The National Urban League and Tracy is one of our core partners, and we're delighted to be working with them both in driving the coalition and in helping support them to take these capabilities to their affiliates. And we've started with a couple pilots with them in Austin and in Minneapolis, and intend to expand that nationwide. But this group includes not just the National Urban League, Unidos US, and other worker-serving organizations, but companies, the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, companies like McKinsey are providing lots of support, because we really need the education institutions, including community college. We need that whole group to come together to make a difference. You've got to be able to support individuals, and we spend a lot of time focusing on how we can do that through the career coaching services that those individuals get to help individuals realize that, yes, they have capabilities, they can convey them in a compelling way, and they should be thinking about these good jobs that make sense for them and understand what those are in their communities. To working to change employers so that when they think about a role, they think first about what are the skills you need for that role. Those skills are not necessarily dependent on your education, not necessarily dependent on your, it's about the skills an individual can bring. And so if they learn that in a pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship program, that's what they should be looking for. You don't need the additional credentials. So how do we bring those pieces together? That's the work we're trying to do, and we think there's huge opportunity to really turn this into something different that will benefit the individuals, that will create opportunities for those who have less formal education, and that can allow employers to solve the problem they talk about today, which is they can't find talent. Yet that talent is here. It's here in Pittsburgh. It's here in communities in Pittsburgh. It just needs to be tapped into.
Thank you, Beth. Beth has created a challenge for us, and one of the goals of this panel is to incite the participants here to a call to action. What can you do differently based on this information? How can you make a difference, make an impact? I'm proud to say that Diana is here as a representative from PNC and to speak more specifically about aspects of what is happening locally as Beth provided the challenge to us. So Diana, as head of diversity, recruiting, and a career recruiter, how would you recommend individuals assess and develop a plan of action to highlight skills when they lack the formal educational requirements for job applications?
Thanks, Victoria. I think about this through a couple of lenses. For one, I think about it from the lens of a recruiter, and as I'm listening to all the panelists speak, it gets me thinking around, as a recruiter, as a hiring manager, in whatever format that you're looking at talent, how do you look at talent from more of this kind of skills-based perspective and what somebody's done versus this check-the-box mentality of this person did X, Y, and Z, and they have to do that in their next job, because we know that not everyone's going to have all of that exact experience, but that there's the notion around transferable skills, and we talk about it often in talent acquisition and on the talent side within PNC. And so, for a candidate that is thinking about themselves and reflecting on how they're going to show up when they're applying for a job, how they're going to show up in in an interview. There are a few things that I think about too, which is on our job descriptions, and this is really kind of specific to PNC, but I think a lot of other organizations do this as well, is that we have in Lewin language, which means that you don't have to have the education for every single position. We look at experience and we look at years of experience and how does that translate in terms of somebody who doesn't have an associate's or doesn't have a bachelor's degree. And really, when you're thinking about, from a candidate perspective, when you're thinking about transferable skills and you're looking at the job that you're interested in, I also always would recommend, think about like your greatest opportunity to join an organization. Maybe there's, maybe you want to be a, thinking about banking, maybe one day you want to be a risk manager. Maybe, maybe you don't have the experience today, but what can you do today that's going to give you that opportunity to join a company and organization? And does that company and organization have, a talent-focused culture and a philosophy around internal mobility? Because once you're, once you're there, organizations will continue to upskill or give you new skills, stretch opportunities, stretch projects where you can now kind of dabble in these different areas that maybe you didn't think you could get into today, but you can over time. And kind of going back to this idea around transferable skills, how are you highlighting that, right? Maybe you've never managed a team per se, but have you managed projects through volunteer work, through local organizations that you're a part of and you belong in? Maybe you did a short stint in the job that you're in where you managed a project. It's really kind of thinking more holistically around yourself and the work that you've done, and then how do you kind of sell that idea? How do you demonstrate and illustrate that either on a resume or just in a conversation? Because it's really, how do we continue to look at that skills-based mentality versus the this person did this on the resume, now I can hire them, because that's not going to really get us ahead, I think, in terms of how we're looking at talent.
Tracy, how is NUL working with the Department of Labor and other collaborative partners to create a paradigm shift among potential employers like PNC as it pertains to evaluating skills-based experience in lieu of educational requirements for employment selection?
Thanks a lot for that question. One, the National Urban League works very closely with the Department of Labor. It is truly a relationship. And speaking of a relationship, I have to apologize. I'm playing the slowest tennis game with the sun through my blind. So hopefully I'll be able to come back to full paced. So with that, first, I'd like to say that the National Urban League recognized that upskilling was a major issue because we saw the shift that occurred as a result of COVID-19. We made a commitment as an organization that we had to learn from this mistake, that as we return and get people back in working, we cannot see them go back to the very same jobs that they came out of that were vulnerable. And so part of that is in having discussions with the Department of Labor. Mr. Nelson had mentioned the Advisory Council on Apprenticeship. I actually sit on that council itself, so that's one. The second part is, as Beth had mentioned, the National Urban League is working with Markle, with the Rework America Alliance, to help spur this conversation. I've also had some discussions on Capitol Hill, testifying before Congress a couple of months ago, to talk about what are the barriers that exist for returning citizens, for them to fully participate in the economy as well. So that's the first thing that we're doing at the National Urban League, is pushing the conversation and ensuring that diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility are at the forefront, and we're matching that priority set forth by the President and by Secretary Walsh. But as it mentioned, it wasn't just working with the Department of Labor. Just recently this year, with two private funders, we've launched our upskilling and reskilling initiative, of which the Urban League of Pittsburgh is a member of. And that is actually a program that is specifically and exclusively targeted for the incumbent worker or the underemployed worker, so that they can either receive training in a career advancing job opportunity to pay for their training in full or in part to connect them to growth opportunities in their local community. Currently, that initiative has been launched in 13 different cities across the United States. So we'll continue to double down. As I think as the earlier panel, someone just said, you know, you get 1 year of success, you don't move. You get 1 year of success, you put the pedal to the metal and really ensure that this is where we need to be and ensure everybody understands the importance of this issue itself.
Thank you, Tracy. Along with your work with the Department of Labor, apprenticeship has been key. Apprenticeship is a tool for upskilling. Eric, why is this an area of focus for the Department of Labor?
Well, apprenticeship, registered apprenticeship to be specific, is a tool that has been utilized successfully in various other countries in the world. And the United States has, while utilized apprenticeship and registered apprenticeship as an approach for upskilling, it has not fully utilized it as a tool such that it benefits and creates the outcomes that we believe it can create and has been demonstrated by other organizations in other countries. But as you're aware, the registered apprenticeship is an industry-driven, high-quality pathway for employers and can also provide opportunities for job seekers who, through paid work experience, classroom instruction, and achieving a portable, nationally recognized credential, positions them to earn wages that are more economically sustainable wages, wages that allow them to take care of their families, but it also gives them the opportunity to increase and improve and grow their skills while at the same time earning a wage. What we've found, and I'm sure others have experienced this as well, is that a number of workers can't afford to take a break from earning a wage to attend and achieve training, to attend training. They can't afford to stop earning. They're taking care of families. They have responsibilities. And so this particular model, it's not the only model, but it's one that we believe can generate some outcomes. And we've seen them generated in a number of studies. In fact, a Mathematica study showed that workers can earn $240,000 more over their lifetime and $300,000 a year more when you take into consideration benefits by participating in registered apprenticeship programs. And so the administration and the agency, the department, has made a commitment to this known evidence-based model that within the next 10 years, they want to increase the number of individuals who connect to registered apprenticeships by 1 to 2 million individuals. I mean, that's quite a goal. And one of the key steps, as I've mentioned earlier, and as Tracy has indicated, is bringing back, reestablishing the advisory council that will give the much needed oversight, guidance, and direction for helping the Department of Labor achieve that goal. In addition to that, the department has launched Registered Apprenticeships Technical Assistance Centers of Excellence. And they are designed to provide technical assistance to employers and industry in key areas and to work across public and private sector partnerships to expand registered apprenticeship with a goal focused on increased opportunities for women, for youth, for people of color, rural communities, justice-involved individuals, as well as individuals with disabilities. And so that's one other approach that the department is using to expand this one strategy for upskilling. Also, in the same vein, we have provided funding to state workforce agencies to build their capacity to administer, partner, and establish registered apprenticeship programs. And the most recent one is really focused on equity and innovation. These were grants recently awarded to states that is specifically targeted and charged to focus opportunities on underserved communities. And along those lines, we also have the partnership with the Women's Bureau, where we launched the Women in Apprenticeship and Non-Traditional Occupations. That's another way to connect the traditionally underrepresented, underserved individuals in registered apprenticeship to opportunities that will allow them to be successful and earn wages that they can use to take care of their families, grow their community, grow the economy. And in this past year alone, ETA has issued about $131 million in grants to expand the work that we want to see happen for registered apprenticeship programs. And we're also continuing to make investments to expand the industries that are typically utilize this approach. It's without question, when we think about apprenticeship or registered apprenticeship, we think about the building trades. Historically, that has been the primary industry where apprenticeship has been utilized. However, we've learned, and it's been demonstrated, that other industries could utilize this model to build the skills of their current workers, as well as to develop the skills of incoming workers along the career pathways. And so there's a focus on advancing this approach for or in the care economy. The pandemic has certainly demonstrated and shown us, and we've seen the impact of a shortage of workers in healthcare. We've seen the impact of early childhood education and the lack of it by workers as a barrier to connecting to employment when those opportunities exist. So that is an industry that the department is looking to expand this approach in registered apprenticeship models so that it can create the opportunities that will help all Americans, in particular those from underserved communities, to tap into this model that will allow them to earn while they learn, as a former secretary once dubbed registered apprenticeship. So
Thank you so much, Eric. We greatly appreciate it. I want to give an opportunity for any questions.
Okay, my question gears around, you talked about the apprenticeship programs. That sounds excellent. But we had a presenter earlier that talked about how the unions, and from my knowledge, a lot of times the unions and the apprenticeships are kind of closely knitted. And when the funds come out about programs, they're not always geared towards folks that look like me. So what would be different about this particular program that would allow those funds to kind of help people who look like me?
I'm happy to respond to that if I may. One of the most recent grants that that were awarded within the last year is specifically targeted to connect underserved communities to registered apprenticeship opportunities. I wholeheartedly agree with you that that has been and continues to be a challenge to ensure that those opportunities for apprenticeship, and in some instances, the unions are involved, in some places they're not. But it really is about providing the opportunities. And one of the key ways is where we've made grant awards with the primary focus of connecting to underserved communities. So we're hoping that that approach will help begin to move the needle on this challenge that we all have seen over the years.
And if I can support what Eric was talking about, this administration has made a commitment that diversity inclusion is at the heart of every single funding opportunity. So just doing that, I will give a shout out to the previous administration, the Trump administration. Well, actually it started under the Obama administration, continued into the Trump administration, that the Department of Labor actually had an equity and apprenticeship grant, of which the National Urban League was a grantor, and the Urban League of Pittsburgh was one of our partners to do it. And that was to build out pre-apprenticeships, because sometimes the barrier is our individuals that look like you. I can't see you, but I assume you are a person that we're talking about, a focus on this panel, is that sometimes we don't have the presenting requirements to qualify for that apprenticeship. So if you don't have a driver's license, if you need to have your GED, or you need to have some other academic needs that are required, a pre-apprenticeship can work with you in order to get you or someone's interested into apprenticeship and make them ready, and then present them to the union. So there is the attitude that happens on the union sites, that's its own issue, but note this administration is paying attention to it, but there's also work that we need to do in the community to help bridge that gap between the two.
Thank you, Tracy. We are at time. Both Beth and Diana will be here. You can ask any other questions that you weren't able to ask. And also there is some material at the registration desk on Rework America and its alliance. Thank you. You've been a most attentive audience. Thank you, my illustrious panel, and thank you, Ms. Bush.
All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. I guess I'll work around here while we're readjusting the technology. I love they finally pulled off that hybrid presentation. It was daring and it worked. So that was terrific to be able to be joined by folks from outside the region to participate in that conversation. Another couple of quick housekeeping notes. In your packets, there is an evaluation form. We ask that please, as you're leaving today, whenever you have to go, fill it out and turn it in at one of the tables out front. And also, we would appreciate it if you would also turn in your name tag before you leave the conference. Also, there's a basket just outside the door to drop those into. But we really appreciate the feedback on the evaluation form. It'll help to shape how the roundtable moves forward and how the 10th anniversary event will look next year. So please, we really do appreciate that input. All right. All right, I will pop up here. We are hoping and expect Mayor Peduto to join us soon, but he's not here yet. So we are just going to press on and move on to the next section of our program, which is focused on the Gender Equity Commission and an update on its work. I think it's fair to say that the Gender Equity Commission kind of shook the region a bit a few years ago when they came forward with observations that echoed Professor Dickinson's about the challenges the region has in terms of disparity and how unlike, in many ways, other parts of the United States we are, and it became kind of a call to action to not rest on our laurels, not believe our press clippings, and to understand that Pittsburgh is not the most livable city for everybody who lives here. So an important call to action. We were wondering and hope to find out what they have been up to since the original report was issued by the commission. And to do that today, we're very pleased to welcome Janet Manuel, the Director of Human Resources and Civil Service, and the EEO D&I Officer for the City of Pittsburgh, who will moderate our next panel.
Good morning. So I'm Janet Manuel. I'm the head of human resources for the city of Pittsburgh, and I'm also a gender equity commissioner, but I also get the opportunity to serve and represent the city as a member of the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable. So as you can tell, we are missing one member. Unfortunately, Sarah Hansen is not feeling well, so she extends her sincere apologies, but she is getting medical attention, and we do wish her the very best. But nevertheless, we are still here to share with you information regarding the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission. And the title of our topic is that we're continuing the conversation. For those of you that attended the 8th annual conference of the CEIR last year, we had a presentation. And we spoke about who we are as the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission and the work that we have done. So that is why the title of our session is Continuing the Conversation. So we will start with introductions of my panelists and fellow commissioners. Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Janet. Hello, everyone. My name is Morgan Overton. My pronouns are she and her. I have the privilege of serving as the first vice chair on the Gender Equity Commission. Professionally, I serve as the Community Engagement and Policy Associate with the Maternal Health Team under the Jewish Healthcare Foundation. Importantly, I think for this conversation, I'm a Black woman from Pittsburgh. I'm happy to pass it over to Amanda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Nietrauer. My pronouns are she and hers, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair of Pittsburgh's Gender Equity Commission. I am also one of a handful of members of the inaugural group that was sworn in back in 2017. I also am a partner and principal consultant with Interchange Group LLC. We are a diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and social justice consulting firm. And I also am excited about today's topic because I'm also, along with Janet, one of the founders of the Workforce Equity Committee that put together the work that we're talking about regarding our salary negotiation and helping individuals not only advocate for themselves, but continuing to connect the intersecting disparities of race and gender and the impact it has had on people in the workforce, which we know is especially relevant today, given how the pandemic has really exacerbated existing inequities that, of course, everyone in this room knew existed before. So again, very happy and excited to be here with all of you to continue the conversation.
Thank you. And I would be remiss not to state that my pronouns are she and her as well. So with that, for those of you that were not aware, in 2016, the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission was created after a city ordinance was passed in December of 2016. And so the GEC, we are responsible for identifying how and to what extent discrimination manifests against all women and girls, including trans women and gender variant or fluid individuals in the city of Pittsburgh. And as it was stated, there was a report that came out in 2019 that reintroduced the conversation of the problems that exist within the greater Pittsburgh area, not only for women, but more so for Black and brown women. So I will just lean to my fellow commissioner, Amanda Nietrauer, just to speak on the 2019 report, but then more importantly, there was another report that the commission, the GEC, completed in 2020 as a response to the social injustice.
Thank you so much, Janet. So again, I think most people in this room, of course, know the 2019 report and what it revealed. So I won't go too much into detail in that, except to say that number one, as a commission, we are extremely proud of the work that our report has supported. Again, knowing that there were community activists, mostly Black women, who are already leading the charge and already doing the work in the communities. What our report did, being one of the first to look at the intersection of gender and race, was to highlight the disparities and provide the data, the cold hard facts and numbers, so that people could not refute what many have been saying in this region for a very long time, that Pittsburgh is a very difficult place to live, if not one of the worst places or cities, especially for Black women and other Black and brown people. And so very proud of a lot of the work that has come out and been supported as a result of that report. In addition to that, in 2020, the Gender Equity Commission put out a report of 11 policy recommendations based not only on the report itself, also community engagements and conversations that had taken place since the report came out. And those range from identifying police brutality and how that impacts Black and brown and gender variant people, to looking at the Rooney Rule and some of the loops or gaps that can be closed in that. Specifically identifying the fact that companies and organizations that choose to use the Rooney Rule, when you only have one person who's, quote, socially marginalized, you're still othering that person. So calling for individuals and companies and organizations to expand that to at least 50% of the people they are interviewing to be minoritized individuals so that we're not continuing to minoritize people. Of course, early childhood education, supporting that, and of course, looking at gender disparities within the workforce broadly. So I really ask and urge every single person in this room, if they have not looked at that report, it is available on our website. And I'd like to add, I'm very excited that if any of you are aware of what the YWCA, the Black Women's Policy Agenda, and the Women and Girls Foundation, the work they're doing now to, again, raise awareness around the gender wage gap and the need to close that gap. Much of their work, they have stated, is based off of our 2019 report as well as our 2020 policy recommendations. So again, organizations and leaders are taking heed. And then the last thing that I will say about this, Janet, is typically, and I know that this body is very familiar, when a report like this comes out, there's a mobilizing force. Government, nonprofit, everyone gets together to say, what can we do? Well, with this report, we didn't see that same mobilizing force. What we saw was a lot of conversation. I personally happened to be about almost 9 months pregnant when that report came out, which of course highlighted the maternal health disparities for Black women, and did several interviews. And it took several years for groups led by women to be able to mobilize, to get together, to build upon what, quite frankly, I feel governments and leaders in this region should have done several years ago. And so you have to wonder at why, and I'll just leave that question for you. Why is it that a report that happened to highlight disparities that specifically targeted or affected or impacted Black and brown women was not taken up with the same fervor as other reports that have come out of Pittsburgh in recent years? So I will just leave that as we move forward. Thank you.
You can tell she's passionate, and that is why she is the chair and one of the original commissioners, as well as myself as being an original commissioner. So I think it's important for you to have heard what we have done in regards to the report. But as we also know, sometimes in greater Pittsburgh, that is all that occurs. It's just reports, and that there is no action. But we're pleased to state that the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission is doing action on this matter, particularly employment. And so when 2020 occurred and the pandemic existed, Black and brown women, women in general, led what is now known as the She Session. In other words, there were more women displaced out of work than men. Prior to the pandemic, there were more women employed, but once the pandemic occurred, there were hard decisions that had to be made. Who will stay home to take care of the children or the adult parents that are living in the home? It was the women who were impacted the most. It was stated earlier that minority African-American women make 58 cents per the $1 for the white male. The Latino is less than that, as well as LGBTQI women. So I'm going to call and ask on my next fellow commissioner, Morgan Overton, to speak to you and to ask you to join in on participation of free Work Smart workshop, which is a pay equity workshop.
Thank you. So, I mean, first of all, to amplify Chair Nietrauer's point, the report showed us the baseline of where we stand before the pandemic hit, right? So about, 6 months later, the world shut down. And so we are already confronted with, the pay gap, right? Just with this pandemic, it's fallen back 36 years in 1 year. We're experiencing a She Session. And so, you know, where do we go from here? So we lean on the expertise and the work of, you know, community members and organizations that have been on the front lines of this work and have built trusted relationships with the community. So we, the commission, have partnered with the American Association for University Women, say that 5 times fast, to convene Knowing Your Value workshops. So to my earlier point, we are partnering with community-based organizations and trusted individuals to channel all of those networks and pockets that are disproportionately affected by the workforce inequities. So we call on you to join us in this effort. If any of you are interested in co-hosting or co-partnering with us, it's going to take a village, right? There's about 13 of us on the commission. This is all a volunteer basis. We're all tired. It's going to take all of us in this room, 5 people that each of you know, and spreading the word for this to mobilize and turn into action more than a conversation. I know that each of us on here don't want to keep having this conversation in 5 years. Shoot, I don't want to have it a year from now. So if each of us take responsibility, know the power that we have within our respective networks to amplify this work. Our work is intersectional. Economic justice is part of that. So we lean on each of you.
Thank you, commissioners. And I am respectful of time. And just to state the final words, this training that is being conducted by the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission is to, as my fellow commissioner stated, to empower women and to know their worth. And so these respective workshops, one, I have to stress again that they are free, and we will be sharing more information on the respective website of CEIR, so you can follow up and register and attend, but then you can also find out information from the City of Pittsburgh Gender Equity Commission. These sessions are to make sure that women have the skill set to know how to ask for more money when they are interviewing for a new job, how to ask for more money and a higher position within their current employer. All of this is due, this is one aspect of what is the outcome from the reports that my fellow Commissioner Nietrauer spoke of earlier. So we hope that we will continue to be invited to the table by CEIR. As this conversation, we are just getting started. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Great conversation. An important issue to keep an eye on and keep working to address. I mentioned earlier that the Allegheny Conference, the organization I work for, has been kind of in and out of this space over the last 50 years, the space of equity in general. One of the things that I found in that annual report from almost 50 years ago was the conference had done more than try to institute some jobs programs, but also had gotten very interested in supplier diversity and in helping to jumpstart African-American owned businesses. And one of the organizations that they actually had a hand in founding was, I think it was called the Western Pennsylvania Supplier Diversity Council. And we're going to hear from representatives of that organization in just a moment. They are still here, they're still with us, and doing some great work. But before we get to that discussion about supply chain diversity and what the importance of it and what we need to do better to encourage more African-American owned businesses, we are very fortunate to have a very successful African-American entrepreneur from right here in our region to tell us a little bit about the experience of starting and growing a business here in southwestern Pennsylvania. I got to know Derek Wilson at the Allegheny Conference when he worked, I think, for Xerox, which was the supplier of all of our copy machines. And so I've been watching the growth of his company over the past 10 years as he has branched out on his own and become a real force and a solution provider in what I didn't actually know was considered to be, what do they call it, the workflow solutions industry. So that's a new term for me, but I'm really pleased to introduce Derek Wilson for some observations on just what it's like to build a minority-owned business here in our region. Derek, come on up.
presentation? You know what you called it?
An anomaly competing against an oligopoly.
There it is, Wilson Group.
How does it work?
So, dealing. Get it working for you here in 1 second. Sorry about that. Green is go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mr. Flanagan had mentioned, my name is Derek Wilson, and I'm the founder, the owner, president of a company called the Wilson Group. The Wilson Group is, as he conveyed, a workflow solutions provider. And what we like to say is that we're a host-to-post workflow solutions provider. So anything that delves into the creation, production, distribution, and sharing of information and documents is pretty much what we do every day. I was asked to speak by Mr. Stevens, and I will say that I'm very humbled and honored to speak at a convention such as this. And I think that what you'll hear today is the opportunity to flourish in an environment such as this is available, but I would say that it can be an ongoing struggle. But I'm one to believe that anything's possible and that we can persevere through anything and everything. And I think this will be a strong testimonial for you. So first, a little bit about myself. I grew up on the north side in Manchester. I'm sure everyone's familiar with where Manchester is on the north side. So it wasn't as though, anything was handed to me or I grew up in a privileged environment. My mother was a single mom, and she raised me and my brother on the north side of Pittsburgh. My mother was very adamant about me getting a good education. So she made me catch 2 buses every day over to Taylor Alderdice in Squirrel Hill. And I graduated from Alderdice. Then I went to University of Pittsburgh. And I majored in economics with a minor in psychology. And then I went into the workforce. As it pertains to the workforce, I started out with a company called ComDoc Office Systems, and I was a downtown sales rep. And I pushed literally a copier up and down the street in downtown Pittsburgh, cold calling and trying to generate new opportunities. As time went on, I progressed throughout my career, and I ended up being a VP of sales for everyone knows who Xerox is. And that's when I started to get a disconnect as it pertains to the corporate world. And what I mean by that is this, is that I was consistently told that the customer and the employee were replaceable, but profits, margins, and shareholders were not, which I felt was the exact opposite of how it should be, is that if I take good care of my people, they're gonna take good care of the customer, and profits and margins will come. So one day, just through the grace of God, I walked into the president and corporate president, and I told him I'm gonna resign, I'm gonna open up my own business, I'm gonna compete against you, and I like my chances. And that's what I did in August of 2011. So we talk about challenges, and there were several challenges that came into play. The first one was that they offered me a separation agreement. And the separation agreement was that if I agreed not to sell in the copier industry and not to take any of their people and not to open up my own business, that they would pay me my full salary to stay out of the industry, which was somewhat of, they made a mistake because that gave me a whole year to cross my T's and dot my I's and get my business plan together to open up my own business. So the year was up, and I opened up my business in August of 2012. And what they did was they tried to sue me twice. And with the understanding that they knew I didn't have the capital that they had to, persevere, they thought. So, but I did. I found a way where I could get represented by an attorney. And long story short, 48 hours before every time that we were supposed to go to court, they would pull the case, which said a lot. And so then I would open up the doors, and then they tried to sue me again 6 months in. And once again, 48 hours before I was supposed to go to court, they pulled the case again. So I think that was one of the biggest challenges, was just the barrier they tried to put up in reference to me getting into the industry. The second barrier or challenge that I saw was that obviously I'm a black man in Pittsburgh, which can be a challenge at times. But obviously I looked at it in a different way, that I didn't view it as a challenge. I viewed it as an opportunity, and an opportunity for me to capitalize on that and be diligent in my craft and be good at what I did. And that's really what I set my mind out to do. The other challenge was just overall money. It takes a lot to open up a business the way that I wanted to. So I took anything and everything that I had in my 401k, any money or savings that I had, just everything. And I just went all in. And grace of God, as you can see, things worked out the way that they could or should. I think that the reason that we've been as successful as we have are a couple reasons. One is our mission. It's to be an elite provider of workflow solutions in Western Pennsylvania, and we'll achieve that goal, as you can see, by delivering consultative and synergistic approach toward analyzing, designing, implementing, and managing solutions that will consistently streamline workflow processes, increase employee productivity, and decrease costs, soft and hard. I think another thing that was very important is our core values, which speaks to who we are as a company versus the competition. I always say that we're an anomaly competing against an oligopoly. And what I mean by that is that we do things the complete opposite of these big corporations. One is that we want to treat our customers as we want to be treated. It's called the golden rule. Never let profit get in the way of doing what is right to the customer. And those are pretty self-explanatory, so I won't delve in all those because I know the time is of the essence. I was also asked to speak on some of the accomplishments that we've achieved, and we've achieved a lot in a short period of time. The first accomplishment that we did was that, the first accomplishment is, I don't know if you saw in the Pittsburgh Business Times, but in 2015, we were considered the fastest growing company in Western Pennsylvania, and we grew 644%. I think a big piece of that was a lot of people in this room supported and patronized me, but we also won the Pittsburgh Public Schools contract, which is the second biggest contract in Pittsburgh outside of UPMC. Another big accomplishments were that we were considered a Kunakai elite in Sharp World, which is the manufacturer that we represent, which means we're in the top 5% dealers in the country. We've been the Northeast Dealer of the Year every year that we've been in existence. Also won CEO of the Year in 2020. My CFO, Sally Andraco, she won CFO of the Year. And quite another big accomplishment is that we're the fastest growing company in Sharp history. And to talk about that, when I go to the Sharp dealer conventions, there's 1,000 dealers in the country, and not ironically, but I'm the only black owner out of the 1,000 dealerships in the country, which I think speaks volumes to the state of affairs that we're in. That's a picture of me with the fastest growing. Best place to work we won in 2018. And that speaks to, I think, how we treat our people. And we were the best place to work for medium-sized companies in Pittsburgh Business Times, which are companies that range between 25 and 150 employees, which I think was pretty huge. And these are just press releases that speak on it. This is my certification. I would say thank you to the EMSDC. I would say thank you to the African American Chamber of Commerce, and I'd say thank you to, obviously, the county and the city for my MBE certification. It's helped me a lot as it pertains to winning competitive selling situations, because at the end of the day, I can help companies with diversity spend initiatives. So that's been a huge for me. We talked about the challenges. The challenges are, as we spoke about, is that you have a small local independently owned entity competing against big corporate conglomerates. They've came in and bought out every local independently owned entity except us. So we compete against national companies that are from New York and New Jersey, which takes the money from this region and takes it somewhere else. So we pitch strong that you should keep your money in the local environment versus somewhere else. And those are slides that speak on that. I think the biggest thing that we bring to the table is competitive distinction and the value that we bring, which is one is that we're a local independently owned entity. We have local warehouse, and we guarantee 4 hours in service or less. We're MBE certified, and we're the only host-to-post workflow solutions provider. So from the time you create a document at your workstation to the time you want to store and digitize it, we can be of benefit and or service throughout that whole workflow solutions process. Speaking on the pandemic was an opportunity for us to really pivot. We opened up 2 more entities under the Wilson Group. So now we have a full line document storage and destruction retrieval business. The warehouse is in McKees Rocks. And then most recently, I opened up a managed IT division. So now we're MSPs to corporations and customers that we currently have. So I think that helped us a lot. I think the big thing that everyone needs to realize is that in life and in business, it's called the FUD concept, which is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And if you have that, obviously, the opportunity for you to be successful is minimized because you don't trust and believe in yourself. And I'm a big believer that if you have faith, with faith comes hope, with hope comes belief, with belief comes accomplishments, and with those accomplishments, you can achieve whatever you want. And I think I'm a prime example of that. And I really give everything grace, mercy, and favor of God. If it's not for him, I'm not where I am today. And I think that's pretty much it. And thank you for your time. We know that time's our most valuable resource, and we never get it back. So hopefully the time that I spent with you today was well vested.
Wait for the mic so that the folks online will be able to hear. Right down here.
Thank you, Derek, for your gracious comments and to talk about your history. One thing that I would ask is for those of us that are in the supplier diversity space, which we're getting ready to speak on the panel here in a moment. You know, one of the things that we come across a lot are those new startup entrepreneurs, especially looking at the pandemic, the race to quit, and the emergence of new businesses that have started. What are some of the best practices and advice that you can give to those new entrepreneurs that are entering into an entirely different entrepreneurial environment than what you went through, but now you've been able to demonstrate high success in?
Well, the first thing that I would definitely say to them is that you have to have a structured business plan, okay? And with that business plan, you have to work that diligently every day. Without a plan, the opportunity to be successful, I believe, is minimized significantly. So that's number one. And then I believe number two is that it really comes down to, in my mind, what you believe is what you become. And I'm very adamant that no one should believe that they're not going to be successful. And that's where it starts, is right in your mind. And then I think the last thing is that you have to have competitive distinction. In a selling situation, where's the value that you bring to the table versus your competition? And if you can have those three things, I believe that it's inevitable that you would be successful with and for your business. Does that answer your question, George? And I'm waiting on you, PMC. Okay. I got another 5 minutes. Any other questions? Oh, you want me to just keep talking? Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. It's old age here. How you doing, Derek?
Good. And yourself, Ron?
I'm doing great. I'm really in disbelief. I'm just sitting here. I've been in marketing all my life. I retired in marketing.
Yes, sir.
And I am really amazed at how you did what you did against the giants out there.
Yeah.
That is a secret you need to can and try to sell somebody or tell somebody. I still don't understand it. I really don't.
Well,
it's amazing. It's really amazing because I mean, you're in a business where there are some real giants.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see how you were able to survive that.
Well, I think the biggest, I think it was several things. I think the first thing was that I have a sales background. Okay, so all my life I've been in sales, and I've been in the same industry all my life. And what I was able to do was create a bunch of good relationships and partnerships with people that trusted and believed in me over time. So when I did open up my own business, people were gracious enough to allow me to get involved in their decision-making process. And when they allowed me to get involved in the decision-making process, I was fortunate to traditionally win the selling situations. I have my business plan that I still look at to this day, and I had 300 prospects or customers that I felt like I could go after and hopefully earn the right to do business with them. And grace of God, 98% of those are currently customers of the Wilson Group. And to answer your question, Ron, yeah, it's been if I could tell a bunch of stories in reference to what people or they did to try to stop me from being successful in this industry and especially in this marketplace. But like I've said, is that I'm very, very, very diligent in beating the odds. And I always say that I'm not in this business to participate. I'm in this business to dominate. And that's what that's what we look to do. And I like to view us as what's called a disruptive innovator, okay? And in order to change and swing the tide, you have to be that way. And what I mean by that is you have to be different, you have to be smart, and you have to just charge hard at them every day, all day. And that's what I do. And we're up to, just so everybody, right now we're up to, I'd say up to 20 million in sales. And we started with 0. Thank you. Any other questions? Well, that's a good question. I would say those 2% are bid situations. And I don't engage in bids because bids are only price-based only. And if it's based on price, you're not going to get value. And I preach value versus price. Yes, Ms. Bush. And this is, Ms. Bush is one of my biggest fans. She supported me from the word go. And I want to congratulate her on a fabulous, fabulous career.
Thank you so much. I wish you would take a moment and just speak a little bit about your staffing in terms of recruitment, training, retention. We all know we cannot do these things ourselves. I don't care how smart you are.
Yes.
What do you do to engage, maintain, keep, promote, encourage your staff, and how large is your staff?
Good question. So I'm up to, I'd say, about 52 employees, and I have 3 locations. One in my main building is RDC Park North, out on 28. Then I have a satellite sales location in in South Point on Main Street. Then I have a warehouse in McKees Rocks. So I think that the biggest thing that I've found is to keep people is that they have to trust and believe in you and that you have their best interest at heart. And I show them that every day, all day, at least I try to. I have an open area where they can come and talk to me anytime they want to. I also believe that people have to feel like they have value with you. And I try to show them that all the time. I also feel like money is important. And I feel that what I pay my people versus the competition is significantly better. Greed, as we know, is one of the 7 deadly sins. And if I have an opportunity to share in my success with my people by compensating them well, why wouldn't I? And then with that, I also pay all of my employees benefits. Versus them having to pay it, I pay it. I also offer them a very nice 401k opportunity after they've been gainfully employed with me for a year, and I match that 3%. I also give away trips at the end of every year to my salespeople, but also to my admin staff, as well as to my service staff and my operations people. Because like I tell them, it's called the but-for rule. If it's not but for them, I'm not where I am today. Am I done? Am I good? Okay.
Yeah, you got one more question.
Yes.
I was going to ask you about mentorship, like if you mentorship the youth. But what, your last statement, I think you should mentor some other business owners.
Well, let me be real clear. One is that I'm very big on giving back and that you get what you give in life. And if God blesses you, you should bless others. Then you'll be blessed sevenfold. And that's what's happened. So let me just say that anybody that has or is starting a new business or already in business and would need any guidance or help, please feel free to reach out to me because I will help any way that I can. I'm also involved with a lot of mentorship programs like, I don't know if anyone knows about FAME. I don't know if anyone knows about Neighborhood Academy. But all of those entities, I'm very engaged with them. As a matter of fact, Neighborhood Academy seniors are coming out to my building. I'm going to give them a tour of the facility and talk to them about the future and what they can be if they put their mind to it. So, yeah, anybody that I can help, I'm going to help because that's my responsibility. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
All right, there you go. I will. I'll tell you. Ever the salesman, he said, "You're going to bring me back on TV?" And I said, "Absolutely." I see his anniversary date is coming up next July, so we'll do a 10th anniversary segment for our TV show on Derek and the progress he's made. There are not that many $20 million African-American owned businesses in southwestern Pennsylvania. I don't know how many there are, but it's not a long number. And it's really exciting to see how much you've accomplished over the past decade or so to build an organization of that size. We are going to hear in just a minute about what it takes to support these businesses and grow them and make them more and more a force in our community. But before we do that, we are really excited to have with us a leader from our region who has played an important role in this event from virtually from its inception 9 years ago, and through his leadership of the city of Pittsburgh has kept Pittsburgh, on the road toward creating a more just and equitable community for everybody who lives here. And so with that, please welcome the Honorable Bill Peduto, Mayor of the city of Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Bill. When I told Tim I was going to be here, I originally meant by Zoom. And I didn't want to break my 1,000 batting average of being at every one of these conferences. So I wanted to be here with you personally. This is sort of my capstone. I have nothing left to offer about what we can do next year. This is my way of saying thank you to everybody that is here, and in particular to Tim Stevens. 9 years ago when we gathered, it was sort of an idea of recognizing the inequity in the city, recognizing the disparity, and trying to think of ways that it could be through action of how we could be able to start to chip away at it. Through these 9 years, there have been a lot of actions that have been taken, certainly within city government, beginning with the Gender Equity Commission, a Racial Equity Commission, the study that went out looking within the city's borders of the 55 square miles, and being able to do away with anyone who would ever say that racial disparity does not exist or gender disparity does not exist. Scientifically proving that it exists, and then quantifiably showing where it exists within housing, within health, within so many different factors. And then beginning to find the partners that are absolutely necessary outside of city government, our foundations, our institutions, our corporations, in order to be able to make progress in being able to address those issues. But as we look at those issues, we also have to understand a couple of different things. Number one, there are different factors that are a part of it. It's very interesting when I talk, I'm 57 years old, and when I talk to young African-American business leaders and those working their way up the ladder, and these are folks that are in their 30s, and in their early 40s. And for the most part, those that are starting families. And these are people who grew up in the city, went to Pittsburgh public schools or went to a private school. And when I asked them, what was success when you were growing up? And what is success today? What they tell me are what their mom told them. And success to them was moving out of the city and having a good car. And for so many people, that is what success is. It's being able to have that house in Jefferson Hills, or in Penn Hills, or in Monroeville, starting your family, and being able to come back to the old neighborhood and saying, I'm doing well. We have got to be able to create a city where people want to be able to live in Belts Hoover, where people want to live in Sheridan, where people want to live in the North Side, where people want to live in the East Hills. And so many people that work in the activist community within Pittsburgh only want to build affordable housing. But the people that live in the neighborhoods and in the community want mixed. They want affordable, but they want market rate. They want business districts rebuilt. They want to see that community be a community like it was prior to 1960 and 70, when it all became affordable. And we have to realize that if we're going to have the opportunity for young families to return to the city of Pittsburgh, we have to have a very different vision than what we have right now. Otherwise, when we look at that 55 square miles, we're going to continue to see disparity because the prosperity will continue to move outside. And all of that opportunity and all that promise of young black families that have that type of prosperity will continue to move to the suburbs for better schools, for safer neighborhoods, and for better neighbors. We've got to be able to build that back within the city's communities, in the city's neighborhoods. So looking at these reports, it's not simply building that gap of disparity that exists today, but building back the communities that are here today. The second point of this is the understanding of where we are and where we need to go. We have an historic moment in the city. Something that if I had a modicum of just a little bit of getting us to, then I did my job as mayor. And that is the historic moment that happened on Tuesday, with the election of the first black mayor in the 200-plus year history of the city of Pittsburgh. This is more than just having the first black mayor in the city's history. This is having the recognition of the city of Pittsburgh being led by a black leader, having the understanding of the corporate community having a black leader lead it, having the understanding of labor having a black leader lead it, having the understanding of the entire political community having a black leader lead it. Of all the work that Tim has done for 40 years, having a black leader lead it. And it's going to require the entire community backing it. No matter what I could do in the past 8 years, Ed Gainey has the ability to take it so much further. And that's reality. That is not a knock against me, my administration, or any administration before me, but it is the reality of where we are today. And it is the ability to whatever you are doing, to pushing it even further. It's an opportunity, folks. And it's an opportunity we have never had in Pittsburgh. So start thinking big. What I would suggest, and what I would call for, and what I will talk to Majestic Lane about now that there is actually a position that has been created within the Allegheny Conference that works specifically on equity, is a call for a 5-year plan where every board of every corporation, every organization, and every institution has 50% women and 1/3 minority. Every one. And here's the kicker. It doesn't mean firing one person. It doesn't mean that it's an imbalance or it takes away from one in order to support another. If you have 7 members, make it 9. If you have 11, make it 13. Make it a victory for everyone. Just be able, in the next 5 years, to show that we can be a city that is representative of the people of the city who live here. Very simple. And then promote it. Just like in 1983, when we promoted an entire block of white guys. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not, but we actually did. An entire page promoted throughout the country, and be able to say, this is a city that gets it. That's the power that we have with the election on Tuesday. And that is where I think that this needs to go. But it wouldn't have happened without the work of people in this room that have been chipping away at it for decades. And it is my honor of standing with you over all of those years. And I would not take away 1 minute of it. It might have seemed that many times that we were stalled, or maybe even some days that we took steps backward. But we're here now. And this is the time to take great strides forward. So for all of that, I still got a few weeks left to sit in that office, and I don't regret any of the 30 years of my life that I worked in public service, but I'm ready for the next day. Yesterday, I buried my brother, and that was the last member of my family that I grew up with. Of the 7 people that lived in a modified 3-bedroom home in Scott Township, they're all gone. And as I sat there the day before for the viewing and listening to all the stories that people told me, and I heard these stories that I never knew. And all of these wonderful things that he did, Guy Anthony Peduto III. I found out, that he served food to shut-ins in West Virginia, and he helped the homeless, and he did all these amazing things. I knew that he taught Sunday school, but I didn't know, as one young man told me, that the one Sunday school class that he taught was just one person. All these amazing things. I came to the realization, that I had even more respect than I had the day before. And I always had the most respect for my oldest brother. I would just leave you with this. Be that person. Be that person to your siblings that is that person that they can look up to and be marveled at by what it is that you have accomplished and what you have done. And allow this to be a way to do it. Be that person that doesn't demand, but just simply goes out and gets it done. And let's use that 5-year plan as a way to do it. Imagine the opportunities that you will provide to an entire generation by allowing them to be in that boardroom and to be able to make the decisions that will guide this city for the next 30 years. And imagine the wonderful things that will happen in those neighborhoods like Beltshoover, in East Hills, in Sheridan, in the North Side, where people will want to move back and families will return.
Thank you, Mayor. Oops. Oh, take that. And I think on behalf of everyone here, our condolences for the loss of your brother. That's a challenging time in anyone's life. I think about your thoughts about the importance of greater diversity in board leadership across the community, whether it's, for-profit or not-for-profit. And I don't think my colleague Majestic is with us at this point in the day. But, I look out the window here and at the lower hill, as I have, for the past 40 years that I've lived in Pittsburgh. And I looked at what happened there. Some of it was the responsibility of the Allegheny Conference and Mayor Peduto's predecessor, Mayor Lawrence, who decided that the best thing that could happen to this part of a town, was to bulldoze it and, create a cultural center, eventually a sports stadium. And I've looked at all the fallout from that over the past 75 years of that decision-making. And I've really always wondered, what would it have been like if in that boardroom of the Allegheny Conference and in those meetings with Mayor Lawrence, if there'd been just a few women in the room, if there'd been just a couple of African Americans from the community, enough so that they felt that they had agency and were empowered, so they wouldn't be intimidated by being the only one in this room, but enough of them so that they could at least say, are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure that's the best way forward? Don't you think maybe we should step back and really talk with the people who are going to be affected by this? And in those days, 70 years ago, 70, 75 years ago, there really was nobody to press them on that and to question their thinking and to maybe point them in a different direction. And to me, that's the greatest value of having more voices in the room, more perspectives in the room. Just somebody to say, hey, wait a minute, let's think this through. Let's spend a little more time on it. And I have always wondered, how different would Pittsburgh be today if there'd been a little different thinking about the decisions that were made 75 years ago in some of those boardrooms and hotel rooms and conference rooms here in Pittsburgh. So it remains an incredibly important thing to work on. I can't speak for Majestic and I can't speak for the Allegheny Conference as to whether they'll accept the mayor's challenge and adopt that ambitious a goal. But I know we believe very strongly that greater diversity in boards is absolutely essential if we're really going to move this community to where it needs to be and on into the future. And as we mentioned earlier, a big part of that is making sure that bright young people, and maybe not so young people, but bright people and energized people with great ideas have an opportunity to start and especially to grow their businesses. And I mentioned Derek, is one of the few African-American owned businesses that does $20 million a year. It's not just starting the business, it's how do you accelerate them? How do we grow the businesses we already have? How do we get them to the next level, and how do we get them to the point of a Wilson Group where they're having a really meaningful impact on employment in the region, on economic activity in the region, and on opportunity in the region? And that really, as much as anything, is what supplier diversity initiatives are all about and why they are so critical. It's that accelerator. It's how do we really make them grow and improve the opportunity in the region. And so we're really fortunate today to have a great panel that's working on this every day and finding out things that work and how it really can make a difference. And one of the things that the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council has been doing is better understanding the economic impact. If we do this better, if we do this successfully, how big a difference can it make? How does it flow to the bottom line? That's what all the CEOs I hang out with are always asking. Well, how's this going to affect the bottom line? Is it going to affect my bottom line if I do this, if I make this investment? And so the Supplier Diversity Councils tried to get their arms around those numbers and come up with that business case. And we're going to start out with a little bit of a presentation on what they have found with the economic impact study, followed by a supplier diversity panel. And to deliver the report and to moderate the panel, it's my pleasure to welcome to the podium Tracina Cash, the Vice President of Corporate Relations and Strategic Partnerships with the EMSDC. Tracina, come on up.
Thank you for changing that. I'm not sure if I should, but I was like, oh.
Don't leave, just bring it in. Christina will be very ready.
Green button.
Green button moves forward.
Yep, green button will advance the slide.
Good morning, everybody. I'm actually going to ask the panel to join me on the stage so that as soon as my presentation is done, we can move right in. Thank you. So, hello and good. Hello? Is that good? Hello, I'm Tracina Cash, and my pronouns are she and her,
and today I'll speak on behalf of the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council. On behalf of our President and CEO, Valerie J. Cofield, and also one of my colleagues is here today, Meg Markley. If any of you have had interaction with EMSDC, you've certainly been in connection with her. I'd just like to start off by saying I'm actually a fourth-generation Pittsburgher, second-generation native Pittsburgher. And although I did spend much of my childhood in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, I was in the Hill District and currently live in Manchester, and I'm a very actively engaged Pitt alum. And before I get started, I'd really like to thank the CEIR Planning Group, and especially Tim, for partnering with EMSDC on matters related to supplier diversity and development. Now I'm going to ask for your assistance just for a moment with a little exercise. Taking a look at this slide, I'd like to ask you to stand up if you do business with any of these companies. Are you a customer of any of these companies? PNC Bank, Duquesne Light, Pittsburgh Penguins, CCAC, UPMC, Giant Eagle. Maybe you're a certified MBE. Somebody is still sitting. My point in asking you to stand, if you do any kind of business with these companies, is to say that you are actually a stakeholder. Thank you, you may be seated. That you are actually a stakeholder in supplier diversity and development. Every company shown here is a corporate member of our organization. Even as recently as a week or so ago, the Pittsburgh Penguins became a corporate member. So, in addition to having corporate members as part of what we do, we partner with them. We also have quite a few strategic partners who are resource partners, such as the African American Chamber of Commerce of Western PA, Pittsburgh Technology Council, the Allegheny County Department of Equity and Inclusion, the Allegheny County, or the Allegheny Conference on Community Development, Vibrant Pittsburgh, Sustainable Pittsburgh, the URA, 40 by 80, Catalyst Connection, just to name a few. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are. Then I'm going to go into a little bit of information about overall the state of supplier diversity and development. And then I'm going to talk to you about our newest economic impact study. I'm going to ask you if you have a pen or a pencil and a sheet of paper to write down the following numbers. And so as I proceed in today's conversation, you're going to pick up on the importance of those numbers. 6.8, 700, 4.5, 1.3, 50, 65, and 23,000. By the way, this picture is of a recent networking event that we held at the Aviary. The lady in the middle is actually our president and CEO, Valerie Cofield. And the ladies to the right include representatives from Pittsburgh Public School System, and also beside them is now the new Chief Diversity Officer for CCAC. Our mission is to stimulate and support minority businesses in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and southern New Jersey. Minority businesses, so that includes businesses that are at least 51% owned and operated by persons who are African American, Native American, Asian, and Hispanic. We are what we would consider an economic developer. We are also one of 23 regional councils of the National Minority Supplier Development Council, which is about to turn 50 years old. So we have currently, EMSDC, approximately 100 corporate members. Those corporate members are local, regional, and national. Sitting on the stage here today is representation from 2 national level members of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. That's Highmark Health and UPMC. And we have 2 local members on the stage represented from the University of Pittsburgh, my alma mater, and Duquesne Light Company. One of the things I do want to shout out about Duquesne Light Company is that their inaugural supplier diversity manager is joining us today, Micah. We really appreciate that and all the support that they give us. We are known to certify minority businesses on behalf of corporations. Currently, and this number is not represented in our economic impact study, only because we have certified almost 100 additional MBEs since the summer when our survey was taken. Currently, we have about 800 certified minority businesses in our footprint, again, which is the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Delaware, and southern New Jersey. So while many folks know us as providing that MBE certification, we do so much more. We connect businesses with supply chain facing entities such as corporations, institutions, and government, be they corporate members or if we were to learn of those opportunities outside of those folks being corporations. So you might say, what is supplier diversity? And oftentimes folks might think it's self-explanatory. But really, supplier diversity is intentional. Each panelist here represents an institution, a corporation that's invested in supplier diversity and development. Their companies have made supplier diversity part of their strategy, have created programs, have C-level approval and support, and have supplier development programs at various maturity levels. Now, while anecdotally, we can all give explanation of the importance of buying from Black and diverse businesses, in business and in society, it's necessary to address business imperative and economic impact, which benefits business as well as our communities and our fellow citizens. Here are some findings on a national level about supplier diversity. So as you see here, in this particular study, which was done between 2014 and 2018, they found that MBEs created 14% of new jobs. And by the way, just to make sure we're all on the same page, when I'm speaking of an MBE, there are many, many more minority-owned and operated firms than there are those that are certified. So today I'm primarily talking about those who are certified as MBEs. MBEs in this time frame are also responsible for 7% of revenue growth. But beyond that time frame, the pandemic, us having begun experiencing last year, we all know that minority businesses and specifically Black-owned and operated businesses suffered quite a bit. 41% drop in revenues compared to their peers of Latinx, and 32% drop, Asian, 26% drop, and 17% drop for white-owned businesses. We also were most likely, not necessarily, to get as much approval for financing as others were in the past year. By the way, I want to shout out Derek Wilson. He is one of our certified MBEs. He told you that his annual revenue is above 20 million. So out of the 4 classes of annual revenue that the NMSDC uses, he's actually a class 3. That's the level of success that he's achieved. even through the pandemic, he, as well as others, were able to pivot, and due to the maturity of their businesses, that they were able to not only survive, but to thrive. There's a statistic that EMSDC really likes to talk about. When you think about our certified MBEs, 65% of their workforce is diverse. I often joke with our corporate members and potential corporate members that if you had a 65% diverse workforce, you're probably not in Pittsburgh anymore. We know where you're probably at, but it's probably not in Pittsburgh. And so that's something that we really like to point out to folks, because our companies who do become invested in supplier diversity and development, they also have an equal interest in workforce diversity. So taking a look at these important statistics, it's clear diverse businesses are important, and Black-owned and controlled businesses are just as, if not more so. And supporting these businesses with knowledge and capital to help them sustain and grow will support the road toward parity. So again, looking at that study from 2014 through 18, they took a look at businesses, MBEs, whose annual revenue was above $1 million specifically also, and saw that their revenue growth hit 26%. And they also showed, okay, of all businesses, where's the representation of MBEs? And that's 17%. But our cumulative sales are $1.2 trillion. Nothing to sneeze at. How can we achieve parity? We can achieve parity whenever we have corporations, specifically government entities and institutions, who are actually looking at and saying, how can we, first of all, let's identify some diverse spend goals, okay? Let's improve upon those spend goals year after year. Let's include them in all spending categories, all right? And let's also help to develop those MBEs so that they can scale and grow. Now, to talk about our economic impact study, which we do every year. And we survey our corporations as well as our MBEs to gain this data that we can then make some informed assessments of what's happening. So as I said, we provide critical support to our MBEs, and to understand the magnitude of the critical role we serve, we estimate the economic impact associated with our businesses, and the aggregated economic input includes all of our MBEs, their employees, all the additional jobs they catalyze, and all the local and state tax revenues that they generate. As you can see, again, looking at our tri-state, $1.5 billion folks are working in wholesale trade, 1.3 billion professional services, and 635 million manufacturing, 1.4 in other industries. A breakdown of all of our certified MBEs will show that there are 273 in professional services, 99 in administrative support, 85 in manufacturing, 76 in construction, and 60 in wholesale trades. So I have here highlighted, we're talking about our economic footprint. And of our businesses, 57% of them are Black-owned and operated businesses. 74% are male. I apologize for any delay. So this is a graphic of the direct operating footprint of EMSDC's MBEs. And if we segregated this a little bit better, and just in case you're not able to see that very clearly, we broke down the tri-state. So we took it from overall, and then we broke it down by the individual states, and then we broke it down even further by some of the regions within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So for Philadelphia, for example, as well as the 10-county region of Pittsburgh. And so EMSDC is actually an evolution of what used to be called the Western Pennsylvania Minority Supplier Development Council. There was a consolidation of councils across the country, and 7 years ago, our council became part of EMSDC. We have an office here in Pittsburgh. We also have an office in Philadelphia, which is where our headquarters is. But I'm in Pittsburgh, and half of our team actually is in Pittsburgh. So as you'll see, Philadelphia's direct operating footprint is $565 million, affecting 2,800 employees. Pittsburgh's 10-county region is $1.3 billion, 4,000 employees. The rest of Pennsylvania is $1 billion with 6,300 employees. All of Pennsylvania is $2.9 billion with 13,000 employees, and that's up against Delaware and Southern New Jersey. So as you can see from this particular slide, and I'll be happy to share this deck with you, that our economic impact, EMSDC certified MBEs, is $6.8 billion. That's up from 6.3 or 5, if I'm correct, from the previous year. That's in direct and indirect annual economic impact for our tri-state area. More specifically, you'll see that Pittsburgh, the 10-county region, the total economic impact is $1.775 billion. Quite a great job. So what I'm going to do, did I hit every number, by the way? Did you cross off every number from the beginning that I gave you? Let's go back so I can make sure that you have that. $6.8 billion economic impact, 700 MBEs at the time of the study, $4.5 billion in operating revenues, $1.3 billion in Pittsburgh's direct operating revenue, NMSDC, 50 years old next year, 65% diverse workforce for our MBEs, and 23,000 employees over the tri-state area have been impacted by our certified MBEs. So thank you so much for listening to this presentation. And actually what I would like to do is actually go in and engage our panel today, because they're going to be able to tell you much more than I am from their particular perspectives. I've asked each of them to put together a couple of slides to give some insight into their particular organizations, and then we're going to come back and have a panel discussion. Jennifer Barnes from the University of Pittsburgh.
Good afternoon, good morning, sorry. I am excited to be here to talk, and thank you for inviting. I wanted to give a quick overview of what supplier diversity looks like at Pitt. I am the Supplier Diversity and Sustainability Coordinator, so my position is responsible for outreach and talking with individuals. Click forward. So my responsibility is to track and engage businesses who want to do business at Pitt, and also making sure that anybody who's doing purchasing from the university has access and the tools in order to find and engage those companies in order to increase our own supplier diversity numbers. So there's a lot more to the way that it's structured, but I wanted to highlight an effort that was specifically undertaken in the last year in order to increase and update our university-wide goals. So if any of you are aware, the plan for Pitt is updated about every 4 to 5 years. And we at Pitt has actually had a supplier diversity program in place since the late 90s and have established goals for supplier diversity since that time. But we are updating those plans as a part of the plan for Pitt, updating our goals. So this is the process that we were asked to do by the Board of Directors and the Chancellor's Office. We were asked to update the goals for supplier diversity across the university, as well as establish a goal for Black-owned spending, which we didn't have before. And so the process of doing that was not just a top-down. I know exactly how much we spend as a university. I know where the opportunities are overall, but what I don't know, or what I didn't know, is what each RC, or Responsibility Center, wanted to focus on as they were moving forward. We wanted to give the people that are actually doing the purchasing an opportunity to update the goals for their own departments or their own responsibility centers. So what we did was essentially our team, myself and our administrator and my boss, met with every single department, over 62 RCs over the course of about 9 months, went over their very specific spend with them and got an idea of where they spend, what the major categories of spend were, and then gave them examples and a list of suppliers that they could reach out to in order to increase their spend goals. And most of those came from the EMSDC database, which has been an invaluable tool to Pitt. And then those RCs then went back and created their own goals. I calculated and rolled those up into the entire university goals. So I have an idea of what those goals are, what the goal for each RC is going to be, that is their responsibility, and what that means for the entire university. That also includes university-wide contracted suppliers, so like Pepsi, Compass is our food service provider, anything that's impacted by the entire university that's not necessarily decided by a department. This process has allowed me to really know exactly what music purchases, what immunology buys, who athletics uses for flooring. So I have a really good idea of that now, and so every RC is able to come to me, and if a business comes to us and says, I want to do business, I know exactly where to direct them, and that's been invaluable. So now the process of establishing those goals, which for context, until this point has been 10% diverse and 7.5% diverse for construction. So those both will be updated once the Chancellor's Office approves those, and we're hoping to announce that update in Q1 of 2022.
Thank you. And next, we have George Robinson, Supplier Director of Supplier Diversity and Inclusion for UPMC. George is also one of our board members, and UPMC has one of the highest level of maturity of supplier diversity and development programs, not just in our region, but nationally. George?
Thank you very much, Racina. I'm not sure how she did her presentation without being able to see her presentation, so I'm going to come up here and see my presentation to speak on UPMC. I'm George Robinson, Director of Supplier Diversity and Inclusion with UPMC. I'd be remiss if I did not mention our UPMC assets and my team members within supplier diversity that are present. We have Ebony McQueen-Harris, who's the Manager of Supplier Diversity and Inclusion, who works in our office diligently on our corporate services side. And then we have Camille Williams, who is the Manager of Small Diverse Business with UPMC Health Plan, assisting diverse businesses within the health plan government contract side. And so just briefly, because UPMC presented last year, one of the things that I wanted to highlight, and I hope our former board member, Esther Bush, appreciates this, is that UPMC has celebrated 25 years of having supplier diversity and inclusion as a part of our business policy, practice, and operations. And so with that, in paying homage to my work mother, who has been along the CEIR ride for 9 years before I replaced her, Tony Silva, I took the privilege in honoring her and calling our 25th anniversary the Silva anniversary. And so with that, taking a change to how we function within our supplier diversity program and really expanding on her legacy, I took the liberty of ensuring, and this is one thing that you don't hear too much about, is the internal education focus of our workforce and them understanding the role that they play in impacting and affecting supplier diversity. So to put it in brief context, UPMC is 93,000 employees, 41 hospitals, 600 specialty care, physician offices, et cetera, we're this behemoth. And in attempting to impact a behemoth's culture outside of our CEFI group and Dr. James Taylor, one of the things that I elected to do was, number one, to create an actual challenge coin celebrating our 25th anniversary as an organization. And that coin was actually distributed to critical stakeholders across our organization, including all of our senior leaders, all of our diversity and inclusion board members, as well as select leaders, existing leaders within UPMC, and select diverse vendors that have been along the journey with UPMC in this 25-year period. Number one, for them to see and recognize that we've had this program for as long as we've had, and the evolution of that program over the 25-year period. For some of our leaders, it was a recognition that we do have a program. And that's one of the challenges that I'll speak to once we start the panel, in recognizing that even though in our Regional Investors Council at the Allegheny Conference of Community Development, you have over 300 corporations, you have probably less than 0.1% that have supplier diversity programs. And so when we function in this space, we have to recognize within our own organizations that we have leaders that are not aware that we have these programs and the importance of it, regardless of policy, regardless of practice. Included in that, I took the liberty of scheduling a year-long video series introducing our corporate leaders where they themselves were able to articulate their commitment to supplier diversity, as well as, again, those diverse vendors that have been along the journey with us. On our monthly video series that we release to all 93,000 employees. And so once a month for the past year, sans the pandemic, I didn't care if you worked at home or you worked at Steel Tower, you worked UPMC Carlisle, you worked in Maryland, wherever, you got this video where your senior leader told you that supplier diversity is important, that is something that they support, and we alternated our video series with our successful, notable, and some non-notable, but up-and-coming diverse vendors to let them know that we do exist. Because I wanted to challenge this whole premise that they're not here. They don't exist. We can't find them. And hence, this is the reason for our selection of a particular vendor in a particular class. And so in complementing that, we were also featured in our internal magazine, First Friday, which is a monthly periodical that's released within UPMC, to talk about doing well by doing good in our 25-year long history of supplier diversity and inclusion as an organization. So again, taking this 25-year, this anniversary period to reflect on the things that we've been able to do, to recognize that this is something that we should do, and then to set the stage for 25 years of additional diverse vendor utilization and integration, and challenging our organization to do more. because we can.
Thank you.
Just some quick highlights on our programs. I was fortunate enough to be selected as a top 25 diversity change leader by Diversity Plus magazine, which is the industry magazine for supplier diversity globally. My peers who were nominated and selected cross a multitude of industries, organizations, platforms within the supplier diversity space. And so I'm very honored as a result of the commitment that UPMC has placed and the growth that we've seen across my career being in supplier diversity to be acknowledged with that. Also, an update from our last presentation, we talked about the education and development of our diverse vendors. And that was one reason why I asked Derek the question, as a vendor that's been in business for 10 plus years, what would you tell an up-and-comer? We've seen this new emergence of diverse vendor integration, utilization, startup, et cetera, but they're starting in a totally different framework and environment than what many of those vendors that stood up earlier in answering Tracina's questions. And so our Essentials for Success program, which is done in partnership with Pitt's Small Business Development Center, has now flourished into a tri-state program where this program is actually offered across all 20 small business development centers in the state of New York, all 18 small business development centers within the Commonwealth, and then 4 small business development centers in the state of Maryland. So it's covering the entire geography of UPMC's footprint. We've touched over 800 participants in the past 3 years, and we're beginning to track those diverse vendors that have participated in this program, which is especially established for startup companies or businesses that have never conducted business with UPMC. We're beginning to see the fruits of that labor with those diverse businesses that have gone through that education platform that are now under contract with UPMC. We're celebrating our 3rd year of the Turner School of Construction Management, done in partnership with Turner's Pittsburgh office here, recognizing Turner and them having the Turner School of Construction Management, a program that's been around for 53 years, a strong partner that, number one, is already an approved general contractor with UPMC, but 2, with an organization that is consistently committed to the uplift, growth, and development of diverse businesses. We now have our partnership, which is expanded with Pitt, University of Pittsburgh, and their construction and supplier diversity teams. And then we continue to elevate our conversations and our commitment to regional and national partnerships. We want to continuously change the game, elevate the conversation. I'm pictured there with Ying McGuire, which Tracina should have had that picture up with her presentation because it was at her event with EMSDC, actually in the state of Maryland, where we met with Ying and are beginning to have conversations regarding UPMC's interaction at the national level with NMSDC. We've also expanded our reach into Harrisburg, which UPMC does have a node through UPMC Central Pennsylvania, formerly known as UPMC Pinnacle, where we are growing our diverse business utilization, our messaging, our interaction, and our recruitment to help within our Central Pennsylvania activities as well, because there are diverse businesses all across the state. And UPMC having that footprint should have that level of interaction. And then lastly, UPMC is now approaching the $1 billion mark in a 4-year cycle. Prior to my presentation last year, we were on a 5-year cycle. So what does that mean? UPMC spending more. We're doing more. We're engaging more. I have challenged UPMC's board that we as an organization should be at the $1 billion roundtable if we are a $23 billion revenue organization. I haven't received a termination notice yet. So, but again, being able to have those strong conversations, as everyone is aware, we have new leadership, and Leslie Davis and her restructuring of leaders will hopefully continue to push our accomplishments further. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next, I'd like to introduce you to a newcomer to our region and has a great
depth of knowledge and experience at his formal local level as well as nationally. Lee Lewis is the new Director of Supplier Diversity and Inclusion at Highmark Health. Lee?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Forgive my standing here. I'm also a preacher, and so I find it difficult to say anything substantive while I'm seated. I'm not going to preach at you this morning, if I can help it. And I'm going to be brief because I understand that we're up against time, and so I won't go into a lot of detail. However, one of the things that I did want to share with you from a rationale standpoint, this is not the right one, this is. We can talk about who Highmark Health is at some other point. I suspect that you probably know more about it than I do since I've only been in town for about 5 months. Nevertheless, I arrived with a mandate, and that mandate is exemplified by this slide. Obviously, this country has been mobilized by the George Floyd situation. And those who would have claimed a lack of knowledge, of ignorance, of unawareness with regard to the plight of minority people, brown people, people of color, black people, got shocked out of their complacency. Interestingly enough, not just from a societal standpoint, but from a corporate standpoint, positions for D&I and SD&I started popping up all over the place. All of a sudden, there were all kinds of jobs for diversity and all kinds of interest in diversity. And I think that a lot of it was talking points. A lot of it was checking the box. A lot of it was, here we are, and we're making a statement when we've never made a statement before. I said I was going to preach, didn't I? Nevertheless, the country seems to have become aware. And of course, I'm not here to talk to you about politics either at all, but the President of the United States made a campaign promise that said that he was going to build black wealth and narrow the racial wealth gap. And there's a whole lot of verbiage that goes along with this. But of course, in talking with my leaders at my company, the idea is, where are we with this? What is the government expecting and demanding of us? Well, as it relates to this particular press release, there was no specific demands for corporations, but we expect that there will be. So the idea is to have the supply diversity professional, your friend Lee Lewis, to ensure that we're prepared should those things come along. But not because they're going to come along, but because it is the right thing to do, and it is the economically wise thing to do. If we say that we're about empowering communities, if we say that we're about making a difference in people's lives, then we shouldn't have to wait for this. We should be ahead of it. So the idea then is to ensure that we've got programs and initiatives and buy-in and support and resources designed to help us achieve and accomplish the objectives of building black wealth and narrowing the racial wealth gap. How do we do that? Well, this is one way. We've got a program coming up on December 2nd. It's called the 2021 Virtual Small Diverse Business Forum. It's something that we're hosting. And we are convening small diverse businesses from all over the region to be with us to have a conversation about this. Now, this is going to consist of plenary exercises that will involve panel discussions, not unlike this one, that are of value and of interest to small diverse businesses. We're going to talk about success stories that we've had in our organization and that other organizations have had with the relationships between corporations and small diverse businesses. We're going to talk about things that are of use to these small diverse businesses, such as how did some of us who actually expanded during the pandemic do so? And what lessons can we learn from growing through the most difficult economic times this country has ever seen that we can utilize to deal with any obstacles that may come our way? How can we grow black businesses despite the things that are stacked against us? We're going to have the opportunity to hear from a keynote speaker that is involved with building black wealth from an investment standpoint. His name is France Alphonse. He's the Senior Managing Director of Arrow Investments, and they are the largest black-owned capital investment firm there is. We're going to hear from them and what it is that they have to say. And then there'll be a series of workshops that are designed to add to the knowledge, to the ability, to the awareness, and the experience of small, diverse businesses. And of course, the center point of these types of activities is to have a matchmaking session where we take specific, open, available opportunities that we have and do all that we can to match small, diverse businesses with those opportunities. We're talking about building partnerships. We're talking about doing things that are going to actually invest money into the communities by hiring Black businesses who will then turn to hiring local employees who are members of the community and lifting all of the boats at high tide. That's what the plan is, because it's easy to talk about what we could do or what we're going to do. It's something else altogether to be about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And next, I'd like to introduce you to Micah Caparelli. Caparelli. I've known you long enough to have that. I apologize.
No, that's all right.
He is the inaugural Supplier Diversity Manager for Duquesne Light Company. And one of the things I appreciate about Duquesne Light, while their program is newer than the others on the stage, they made sure that we knew that they were invested in supplier diversity and development before the George Floyd situation happened. And so I'd like to welcome Micah to talk about his supplier diversity and development program a little bit. And we're going to ask a little bit of limitation so that we can get to a couple of questions and then open it up to the audience a little bit. Micah?
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Micah Caparelli. I'm the Supplier Diversity Program Manager for Duquesne Light Company. My pronouns are he, him. And really quickly, because I know that there's a time limitation, but as you saw from my peers up here, we're all at different stages in our supplier diversity program, and at Duquesne Light, our program is newer, and I am honored to be the company's first ever supplier diversity program manager. I joined in September of last year. So with that said, we have a lot of work to do. And just to give everybody an overview of Duquesne Light Company, we are an electric distribution company that we provide electricity to 600,000 customers, both commercial and residential, within Beaver County and Allegheny County. We have about 1,700 employees that work for the company, and one thing to note is safety is paramount at Duquesne Light. As an electric utility, everything we do must ensure that the lights stay on and that we are operating as safely as possible. The nice thing to know about Duquesne Light is that we are a privately held company. So we are not required to have a supplier diversity program. And we were formed in 1880, so we're 141 years old. And I really appreciate the fact that our board of directors and our executive leadership team has committed their efforts to DE&I by hiring their first ever chief diversity officer, Sarah Oliver Carter, back in 2019. And then I followed a year later, brand new positions that were created for the company. So as Tristina mentioned, Duquesne Light is committed to our efforts in the DE&I space and supplier diversity. And the reason why I'm showing this next slide to you, just to kind of give everybody an idea, is because our program is newer, and so I want you to know really what our goals are and how we're going to achieve those goals on this slide. At the end of the day, we want to increase our diverse spend. I typically don't like to release figures and numbers, but all I can say is back in 2019, we were way behind our peers in the utility industry by at least 10%. Our goal by 2025 is to exceed our utility industry peers by almost 20%. So we are looking to heavily increase our diverse spend about, let's just say, significantly in the next 4 years. So with that said, we also want to increase our diverse suppliers, right? The amount of suppliers within our supply chain. And last but not least, that's really important is our local and regional spend. As a local utility that only services 2 counties in Pittsburgh and in Beaver County, it is important that we put those dollars back in to the hands of diverse businesses and within the communities that we serve. And how are we going to do that? First and foremost, you can see at the very top, which is for a reason, is our partnerships. It is our partnerships with local chambers, regional supplier diversity councils, and other organizations here in Pittsburgh that want to further the advancement of diverse and minority-owned businesses. With those partnerships, we're going to identify diverse suppliers and MBEs. Once we connect with them, we're going to inform them about what is going on in our program, our procurement processes, sourcing opportunities, and the needs of the business. Then hopefully, whenever the competitive bid process opens, we hope to get them involved and a seat at the table well before it's set, so that way we can award a direct contract to them. If we can't award a direct contract to you, we will then move you to our tier 2 strategy, right? So if we can't do it directly, we're gonna look to see how we can involve you into our pipeline indirectly. And then last but not least, what's important to us is certification, ensuring that the minority-owned businesses and diverse businesses that we partner with are aligned with the certification criteria such as EMSDC. So if you'd like to know a little bit more about our procurement process, the needs of the business, and any sourcing opportunities, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. And here's my email address. And I welcome any type of conversation or emails going forward. Thank you.
Micah, before we end the panel, and I just wanted to ask one question. Has your spend about doubled since you came on board?
Yeah, actually our spend has. So our percentage of spend has doubled between last year and this year, and we're looking to actually multiply that greatly within the next 4 years until 2025. So yeah, thank you, Trisina.
All right, so thank you so much for bearing with us. I believe that there was such great, worthwhile, high-level information that each of our panelists were able to share with you. Certainly connect with them one-on-one, either after today's conference or as time goes by. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, panelists.
Oh, there he is. There we go.
All right, thank you for that panel. That was terrific. We have one final presentation for today's event before we will wrap it up. And I would again remind everybody, if you haven't grabbed one of the lunch boxes out in the hallway, they are there. You can bring them back in and eat them while we're wrapping up, or you can certainly take one with you as you head back to the office or home or wherever, as the case may be. To close out today's conversation about corporate equity, we are very pleased to have with us Dr. Clyde Wilson Pickett, who is the Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at the University of Pittsburgh, which has its own diversity dashboard. And Dr. Pickett is here joining, well, I thought he was. I was going to say joining us virtually. This was going to be a perfect transition, but he's vanished for a moment. So I see his PowerPoint up there. Hello, Dr. Pickett. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Please take it away.
Well, certainly want to extend my greetings on behalf of the University of Pittsburgh. I wish I were there with you, but certainly want to give a nod to Trisina, the panelists, my colleague Jennifer Barnes, in terms of queuing up information on how we can advance supplier diversity, which is certainly a front and center consideration. I will do my due diligence to be brief in our time. I'm here specifically to queue up conversation and to provide information on the social justice dashboard at the University of Pittsburgh and how we have advanced our diversity, equity, inclusion work to prioritize transparency, certainly a hallmark of equity. And as we work to advance our efforts, we believe that it is critical to share information with regard to how we're advancing our strategy and making progress. Just a couple of information points before we get into that part of the presentation. As part of my role, and I should note also that I use he, his, and him pronouns, that I oversee the Office for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and our purpose is to help create and foster and sustain a university culture that not only understands diversity, equity, and inclusion as being essential components to the institution's mission, but more importantly, works through collaboration, strategic initiatives, policy development, innovation, as well as complaint resolution to move our agenda forward. As each of us works to advance equity, we have to understand that we are all part of a community and need to be realized as resources before our institutions, our organizations can make their final push towards equity. I also thought, in terms of providing brief remarks, that it was important for us to level set in terms of how at the University of Pittsburgh we are prioritizing conversations about equity. And so for us, in terms of a definitional focus, equity is the intentional focus on the proportional distribution of desired outcomes across groups. So more specifically, our attention is to prioritize how individuals' backgrounds and identifiers, including race, gender, socioeconomic status, et cetera, don't determine their educational, economic, social, or political opportunities. So how we prioritize who we are to become who we become and what that means for our organization is a part of our work. In terms of us getting to a social justice dashboard, I did want to cue up how we got to this point. Loud and clear, as a number of organizations have pursued an opportunity to advance racial reckoning, we at the university had to also take the opportunity to hear from the Black community, an opportunity for us to be seen, to be heard, and more importantly, to prioritize respect for all constituents, and specifically our African American and Black community. And so we had an opportunity to sit down and to talk with our stakeholders, and we heard loud and clear from them that they indeed wanted to be seen, and for them, it meant that we had to prioritize the increase in our faculty, our tenured faculty specifically, the increase in the number of enrolled African American or Black students, and certainly to have an opportunity to create voice, how we could hear from perspective of those constituents, and of course, to prioritize respect. And for that purpose, we wanted to make sure that there was mandatory education and training and expectation so that we could level set on the understanding of equity and to be intentional about an honest and internal look. And to look internal also means that you have to think about visibility. Certainly, as we've had conversations today about our efforts, it's important for us to promulgate and share how we're doing what we're doing and with whom. And for our purposes, we had an intentional process to move this work forward. As I shared, for us to listen, certainly to our colleagues, to our faculty and staff, listen to our students, as well as the campus. We know that we are part of a broader region, and so it's important for us to take in where we're positioned, and each of us as organizations, as we advance equity, have to be mindful of that process. We also have to examine our processes and how we're advancing our work. Supplier diversity was the previous part of our discussion in terms of how we're thinking about what we are spending our money and with whom. And certainly as we think about that conversation, to be mindful, particularly as it relates to our region, how we're making strategic investment. The other parts for our conversation are about hiring and more specifically, the development of talent. And so each of us in thinking about corporate equity has to be mindful not only of who we hire, but who we develop and how we retain them. And also for our purposes as an institution of higher education, how we're prioritizing recruitment and enrollment. And so that leads us to the opportunity for our purposes is how we develop change. And for us, as my colleague Jennifer Barnes shared, we have advanced a comprehensive plan for Pitt that gives us an opportunity to outline how we utilize our goals to make substantive change and to prioritize and progress the mission of the University of Pittsburgh, and to start in such a way that we share how and the ways we are moving work. In terms of your context and the opportunity of us being together, part of that work is to talk about commitment. And so we've listed here, and I won't go into great detail, but it took the opportunity for us to have long, transparent conversations as part of our senior leadership team in terms of what our commitments were and what it meant to confront equity and specifically confronting systemic racism and systemic oppression, and to have appropriate data from different units and how we were moving that work forward. You see here that specifically we outline our commitment in this space. And so how we hire, how we buy, how we build, how we recruit, research, and teach are critical pillars of how we move this work and take action now and in the future. And so we share that information to cue up that this work was more than just a plan. It led us to a social justice dashboard. And this dashboard or this resource is available on the website for the Office for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I invite you to go to our home site and to find the diversity tab, and you will find an opportunity to look at the social justice dashboards. This is a tool in transparency to share where we are making progress in the critical areas to advance equity at our institution. The areas that I will outline, and then I will be mindful of our time and yield the rest of the presentation to those who will come after me and close, but a chance for us to prioritize these areas: faculty diversity and representation, thinking specifically about the compositional representation in terms of demographics and the makeup of our faculty. To do the same for our staff and to be mindful of not only race, but gender and other key identifiers as we truly prioritize equity and look at the progress in those areas in terms of our efforts to become more diverse in representation. So too, you will find information on the demographic makeup of our campus in terms of the student representation, as well as research associates and postdoctoral diversity. Certainly, students are critical pillars, and so we thought it was important to have that as a priority in terms of giving a fair representation of what we look like as an institution. Another consideration that you see in terms of our effort to be transparent in our effort to promote equity is to share information as it relates to our admissions process and that information. The last three pieces, which I think are critical in terms of this dashboard, and what I would invite colleagues to consider in terms of how we advance transparency in promoting equity, are to give information in terms of the progress you're making in respective areas. For our purposes as a higher education institution, we thought it was critical to provide information as it relates to student outcome diversity, and more specifically, how our students from different backgrounds and different gender identities are doing in terms of the progress of their education. And so you can find that information. This is critical for a number of reasons. One, because as an institution, our mission is to advance teaching and learning and research. And so we share in a transparent fashion how students of different demographic backgrounds are making progress, particularly as we examine the information related to our Black or African American students. And so you see that information present, but also as it looks to our partnerships with business and industry, and certainly as we source talent for the region and beyond, an opportunity for us to give our colleagues in industry a chance to look at how we're doing in terms of progressing that talent. Another area, and our colleagues before me talked about the work that we're doing around supplier diversity. And for our purposes, we highlighted how we're doing in terms of our vendor contracting and the work that we're doing to make progress in that space. As our colleague, or my colleague, I should note, Jennifer Barnes shared earlier, the University of Pittsburgh has long had a supplier diversity component of the mission and the work that we do at our institution. And we want to be transparent in terms of how we are making progress and to acknowledge that we have work to do. And so to have a dashboard that shows your progress and outlines some of the ways that you are being proactive in terms of connecting with local vendors is a way that we see in terms of promoting equity and advancing our ultimate goal. And the last area of consideration for our purposes and for our tool is for us to put specific focus on the work that we're doing related to how the sense of belonging is amongst our colleagues at the university. So we highlight for all who choose to look how we're doing in terms of that experience, that sense of belonging, and the commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion. And so we give stakeholders an opportunity to provide information as we assess that sense of belonging, as we assess engagement in the various environments at our institution, and to give folks a sense of how we're making progress. And so just to give you a couple of key things before I hand it over, the site was developed to allow greater transparency and to provide opportunities for us to monitor not only our progress, but ultimately our success. And so we're excited to continue to share that information. This is an example of one of the slides that you will see when you visit that site. And you will note at the top of the information that is provided, you can drill down, and so that there is an opportunity for you to see various tables as well as demographic background in terms of gender and other identifiers. We also display as a way to promote transparency, job level, to examine progress for our purposes, school and different unit in terms of where individuals are working. The assignment or category of job or job type, if you will, as a chance for us to promote transparency, and overall an opportunity for us to identify where we are and how we make progress. I want to, of course, thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide this information, and certainly extend an opportunity for you to look at that and to invite you to visit the website and to give us any feedback that you might have. I did want to be mindful of the time, and so I thank you for taking the opportunity to listen to my presentation, and of course would welcome any questions for those who might have them, and would of course welcome the chance to hear from you offline. So thank you so much, and it has been quite the day. Thanks again to Mr. Stevens, and thank you for the time.
Dr. Pickett, thank you so much. Round of applause. Just real quick before we lose you, does anybody have one or two quick questions for Dr. Pickett? I know we're right on time, and he got us back on time, but I do see a hand here in the second row. If we have our roving microphone that can run down to the front of the room, and we'll get at least one Q&A in if we can. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Amanda Nietrauer, first of all, congratulations. Second, what I'd like to ask you is, it's clear that you have support from the top. Could you talk a little bit about what that support has looked like for you, and why you think and how you think that it has positioned you to be able to do this crucial work? So whether that's university leadership, board of trustees, et cetera, what has that looked like for you, and how has that supported you to do this work?
Sure thing. Amanda, good to see you, and thank you for those kind words. It's certainly good to be back. Absolutely, we are committed at every level at the university in terms of moving this work forward. Certainly, I give a nod to Dr. Kathy Humphrey, who started this work before my time here, and she was instrumental in kicking off these efforts and encouraging colleagues, certainly who are part of the cabinet, to be transparent and invested in this work. Certainly, I think that it's important for us to think about how we grow this level of support across the responsibility in terms of leadership. And so, of course, Chancellor Gallagher has been invested and supportive of this work, as well as our Board of Trustees. So we take the opportunity to present this information for our committee of the board, and that committee is the Affirmative Action, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And so we share this information with them, and of course, they've been very intentional about asking probing questions about how we're making progress in these areas. And so that's the way that we share the information. I also want us to be mindful and intentional about what I call data democratization and the importance of us sharing this information with our stakeholders. And so we're intentional about being mindful of sharing the information, certainly with our staff and faculty associations, and to get that information out to them, as well as to hear from them. It's not enough for us to share information, but to get feedback on how we can continue to drill down and to get more information as we make progress in this space. This is not a finished product. We continue to grow this information, and certainly an opportunity for us to grow strategy forward. We do that at all levels, and we understand that as senior leaders, it's important for us to have the voice of all constituents in order for us to make progress.
All right, Dr. Pickett, thank you so much. We really appreciate your participation today.
Thank you.
Well, and thanks to all of you, those of you in the room and those of you online, for staying with us for the entire program today. It's been incredibly informative. We've covered a lot of ground, and now we can start to think about what it's going to look like for the 10th annual CEIR about a year from now. And as we all, and I would encourage you to fill out your forms, right? Your evaluation forms, because this is going to help guide how the program gets shaped for next year. The other thing I would note, not only is the 10th anniversary a wonderful time to take stock in what we've really accomplished through this process over the past decade, kind of where we are, but more importantly, where we're headed. But next fall, if it is next fall, we're going to be back in the global spotlight. I don't know if you saw it, but there was the big announcement that 31 energy ministers from around the world are going to be coming to Pittsburgh to convene for a big global conference about the future of energy and climate. And I'm pretty sure, because I had a hand in the G20 summit back in 2009, that those energy ministers will bring with them lots and lots of reporters. And so we're going to have a lot of global media in town covering that event, but knowing the media as I do, they're also going to be looking for sidebar stories. And they would love nothing more than to air a lot of dirty laundry about Pittsburgh if they have the chance. And look, we're not going to solve all the challenges that we've talked about today over the next 12 months, but it sure would be great to be able to say how much progress we've made and what we're doing and be specific about, how we're remaking this region and be in a position next year to really tell that story and celebrate the story about the direction we're headed as a community. And that means everybody's got to be involved and everybody's got to be prepared, but we've also got to have results. And so I guess that's the challenge to everybody in the room and online and who's participated in this conversation today. What can we do over the next 12 months to really double down and make sure we're accelerating in the direction we all want to go? And not just for good PR worldwide, although that's important to me, but also fundamentally for the future of our region and our kids and our grandkids and giving them a really bright future. So it's been wonderful once again to have an opportunity to help to facilitate today's program. And now it is my pleasure to reintroduce Tim Stevens for a few closing remarks.
Very few. Can we all say results? Can we all say results? That might be the thing, Bill, for next year, results. And just ask folks, come up with results. I'm going to leave you in just a few minutes, but I wanted you to see the talent that we have in our city. This young lady over there, who was on the Equity Commission, I have at least 4 pieces of her artwork in my house, and this will be the 5th. Is this gorgeous? I already have the spot. I've been waiting. Morgan Overton, so please see her. Yes, I did. Stand up so we can see who you are. And she does, look at this beautiful work. She already has a sale from one of our presenters. So I just wanted you all to see this. And she doesn't charge you an arm and a leg. And one day I think she will be famous, and I'll have at least 5 pieces in my house. So there you go. Also, please, when you get home, read the playbook that Art Rooney will be presenting to the entire National Football League and how you can put it to work. I want to thank Russell Bynum over there. Stand up, Russell. He is phenomenal to work with. If you ever need something done, we talk at all hours of the night and day. He gets back. He's patient because he works with me, and phenomenal work. I want to thank, again, the University of Pittsburgh, John Hahn, my co-zi, and of course, Megan Peterson, who's been with us every year, and my friend Bill Flanagan, who's been our facilitator every year. Give him a special hand, would you? Will you not? There was a young lady I was talking to last night. We were texting around midnight. Was it midnight? Or whatever. And she has been so nervous. We talked this morning. She said, I think you're okay. Come on, Will. She has been phenomenal. I want you to give her a standing ovation. Erin Frawley. Come on up, Erin. Come on up. I want you to take these home, and they'll last for several days. Yeah. No, she's been great to work with, and just, you want to say anything at all?
Thank you all for my endless emails. And I just appreciate everyone's willingness to be here, and everyone was just so kind to me, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Don't fall down the steps. All right, look, you all know what you have to do. You've been here all day. Thank you so much. Oh, we don't have our theme. But you know what we have to do is the Pittsburgh Regional Diverse Challenge. Equity, equality, and justice. Let's make it not a comment, not a slogan, but let's make it a reality in Pittsburgh for years to come. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our team and everybody, all the presenters. And again, have a great weekend. Have a great year. Next year, what is our theme? What is our theme? What is our theme? Results. Thank you. Take it with you.